people with their microphones on.
Okay, thanks everyone for your patience. I believe everyone has been made co-hosts so they can turn the video on and off as they choose. If you don't have that ability, please let me know via email and I'm happy to set that up for you.
Do we have Councillor Thick, are you on here? Councillor Thick? Ah, there you are. Okay, I believe everybody's here. I'll start the meeting. It is 8:34. Call the meeting to order. This is a special council meeting. I'd like to acknowledge that the District of Tofino operates within the territory of the Tla-o-qui-aht First Nation, Tla-o-qui-aht, and a notice to attendees that the meeting is being video recorded and will be published on the District of Tofino's YouTube channel. And if there is no objection to adopting the agenda as presented, I'll move adoption. Seeing no objection, agenda is adopted. Public comment on agenda items. Ms. Bass, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Law. We do have 2 attendees, so I'm going to just remind these attendees, if you do have any public comment, you can use the Q&A function here at the bottom of our Zoom broadcast. And so I will call once and call twice and calling thrice. There has been no submission. And just a reminder, we do have a question period at the end of the meeting as well.
All right, before we get into presentations and reports, just a couple notes for councillors and staff. There will be several presentations. I believe Mr. Rogers is not going to be here, and he'll be presenting for his department at the next Committee of the Whole, I believe. There will be time for questions and comments and some discussion. And if there's a lengthy discussion needed for council, then we'll keep a list of significant topics, and I'm more than willing to call a special meeting of council to discuss specific topics. We're a couple weeks early in this financial planning process, so we'll have time to have fulsome discussion. So without further ado, we'll move into presentations and reports, and I will turn it over to our Director of Financial Services, Ms. Atiana.
Thank you, Mayor Law. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Before we begin today's presentation, I just wanted to take a moment and introduce the day, and also take a moment before we get into things to just thank all the managers and directors for all their hard work on preparing this budget package and all their staff that supported this process. It is a significant amount of work. And today I'm happy and pleased to say that we have a full budget package for Council a couple weeks earlier than we normally do. And for the first budget meeting, we typically don't have a detailed financial plan, but we're able to offer that to Council this year. So included in your budget package is a full, or in your agenda packages is a full budget package. And Laura Morehouse will go over the Manager of Financial Services for leading the entire management team through this budget process very efficiently, and has prepared today a budget package that is comprehensive and succinct. And I think that you'll have an easy time going through the budget package today. And just thank our financial services staff for keeping all of our other priorities going while we move through this budget process. And we have had a very effective budget process, but have been able to keep up with all other priorities. So thank you everyone for that. I'd also like to take a moment to introduce Alexandra Porritt. And she'll just pop on the screen here in a moment. She will be taking over for Manager of Financial Services, Laura Morehouse, while she goes on leave in a couple of weeks. So Alex has started about 2 weeks ago, and she's working alongside Laura Morehouse, and she's leaving us in great hands. So we look forward to working with Alex. And as the Mayor mentioned, before we get into today's budget presentations, the Manager of Community Sustainability will not be presenting today, and that presentation will move forward to the November 1st Committee of the Whole meeting. at that committee of the whole meeting, we will be presenting the Q3 financial report. So we'll do that to line up with that presentation. I do encourage council to take their times with the information today. We will move through the package as slowly as possible, even though we have a lot to present today. And we encourage you to stop us along the way, have as much discussion as you need, and we'd love to answer all of council's questions. We don't have any formal recommendations today, but if there is any direction that council would like to provide to staff today, we would be happy to receive that direction and incorporate it into the next draft of the financial plan. So I'll pass it over now to the Manager of Financial Services, Laura Morehouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyla. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. As Nyla mentioned, we do have a lot of information to go over, but we do have lots of time scheduled as well. So we'll take our time. I'm just going to take a moment here and share my screen. Perfect. And I'm hoping you can all see our title slide of the presentation there. Great. Okay, so I'll just take a bit of time to explain what we're going to be doing today. This is the first introduction, the first draft of the 2022 to 2026 financial plan today. So this is really a high-level discussion. As we've been saying, there is a lot of information to digest and to consider. So we'll be taking our time throughout the presentation, and there will be lots of time for questions at the end of each section. And this is, again, a Zoom meeting, which we're pretty well versed in by now, but each of the managers will be controlling their presentation for their sections throughout the day, and then we'll remove our shared screens during the question periods. So we'll start this morning by going over a bit of an overview of the financial planning process and our public engagement. Then the financial officer will introduce the 2022 consolidated budget, and then we'll move into the departmental budget presentations. And that will include a bit of an overview of the department's responsibilities, some key highlights of the operating budget, and then any presentation of capital projects that are being introduced today. And we'll wrap up with the financial officer's report and next steps moving forward to the next meeting. So what is the financial planning process? Actually, before I go on to this, I just want to go back to this for a moment, because Nyla did mention that we would just go over what the documents are in your agenda package. And those are all laid out for you in the order of presentation. So you will have received the full 2022 to 2026 financial plan, as well as the 2022 consolidated budget. And then we've got all of the project sheets in one consolidated PDF for you. And those are in order of presentation, department, and project. And then some consolidated worksheets that just list out the projects specifically happening in 2022 and then throughout the 5 years as well, with their funding sources. So if you do have any questions about any of those documents as we go through, please feel free to let us know. Okay, great. So local governments are required by legislation to adopt a 5-year financial plan on an annual basis. So that's what we're presenting here today. And a few of the key features of our financial plan include that projects and expenditures, where applicable, are in line with Council's current strategic plan. And you'll notice on the project sheets and the project slides throughout the presentation that, if applicable, we've made reference to the specific strategic goals and priorities that these projects apply to. We also are required to submit a balanced financial plan, which means that the revenues equal the expenses. At this point in time, given that it's the first draft, we have not presented to you a balanced budget, and the financial officer is going to provide more details about this and where we're at in that process when we discuss the 2022 consolidated budget. So this is just an overview of a few key dates that have brought us here today to our first special budget meeting. Templates and budget documents were distributed to the management team in early May of this year, with a few key deadlines, with our project budget sheets being due on July 1st, followed by the operating budgets on August 1st. And this is a little bit earlier than previous years, but it seems to be a good flow for everybody. And we had our first management budget meeting on September 1st, and that was really an opportunity for all of us to meet and go over each department's priorities and see where there could be collaboration and work together and make sure that everybody knows what everybody's planning to do for the next few years. And then over the last month or so, we've been finalizing the budget package for your review. And that brings us here to today's meeting. So the next special budget meeting usually takes place just in the new year, which will happen sometime in late January or early February. And that date is still to be determined at this point in time. And this infographic will just show kind of the cyclical nature of the financial planning process. So we're at a specific point in time, but it really does happen throughout the year in different phases. So we start in early summer through to the fall with our budget development, and move on to the phase we're in now, which is the budget presentations and public engagement. And that will carry us through till early March. In the new year, we begin balancing the budget and developing our tax rates. And we finalize the financial plan and our tax rates in early spring. And we are required by legislation to submit these bylaws by May 15th. Throughout the year, we have quarterly progress reports. In August, we typically present quarter two. And then, as the financial officer mentioned, we'll be presenting quarter three at the November 1st committee of the whole meeting. The District of Tofino's communication strategy outlines these following 4 objectives, and these specifically relate to communications for the financial plan. So these objectives include increasing confidence in responsible district management of tax dollars, increasing awareness about how tax dollars are allocated, generating participation in financial planning, and supporting responsiveness to mitigate concerns and address issues. So through the engagement process, which I'll be outlining over the next few slides, we're hoping to meet these objectives throughout that process. So again, required by legislation, prior to adopting the financial plan, local governments need to undergo public consultation and engagement with the community. And this is a really great opportunity for the community to learn about the financial planning process, review proposed projects, and submit comments and questions for consideration of mayor and council and staff as well. And historically, the District of Tofino has had 2 distinct consultation periods. So one typically in the fall around November following this meeting, and then another one in the new year following the second budget meeting. Because we've moved into the online world because of the pandemic, we now have Talk Tofino, which is our online engagement platform, and we've been using that for multiple projects throughout different departments. So this is giving us an opportunity to engage with the public throughout the entire budget planning process, as opposed to just having 2 really specific engagement periods. So that's a really great opportunity that we have at this moment. And I'll talk a little bit more about exactly what we're going to be presenting on Talk Tofino. At the moment, of course, because of the pandemic, we don't have any in-person events currently scheduled. In the past, we have hosted a community town hall up at the community hall, so that the community has a chance to meet with mayor and council and staff and have that one-on-one discussion about any particular comments or questions or projects that they may be interested in discussing. Staff have definitely recognized over the last couple of years where we haven't been able to do that in-person meeting with the community, that there is a need for that. And so as once we're able to and the pandemic allows, we definitely will be looking at bringing that in-person meeting back. But at the moment, most of our engagement is going to be centered around the online platform. So these are some of the key features of our Talk Tofino public engagement tool. One of the important things is that there's an option to subscribe to updates. So for those who are interested, you can just subscribe, and then you'll be notified every time we provide new information or update that platform. There are frequently asked questions, so lots of general information about the budget process, what financial planning is, and later on we'll be providing more information about BC assessment and property taxation as we get into finalizing those details of the financial plan. It also includes a financial planning timeline so that people can follow along with us throughout this process and understand where we're at any given moment in time and where we need to go and what the next steps are. There's also links to meeting agendas and all of the financial plan documents. So all of the documents included in the agenda package today are currently available on the Talk Tofino site, and presentation slides as well as the videos of these special budget meetings will be uploaded tomorrow following the meeting. So those will be available for those who don't have the opportunity to join the meetings in real time. They'll have those videos accessible to them. We also have a question and answer forum available, and this is for any questions relating to the budget process, specific projects, etc. And this is regularly monitored, and we're endeavoring to have a response time between 48 and 72 hours during the work week. So if anyone has any questions, we encourage them to upload them there. At the moment, we don't have any plans for surveys, which we have done in the past. But the great thing about Talk Tofino is that there is an option to include quick polls. So if there's a specific question, a specific project that Mayor and Council, you may be interested in getting more information or more feedback from the public, definitely make note of it throughout the meeting today, or you can let us know, and we'll make sure to include that throughout the engagement process to get some feedback on any specific things we're interested in learning about. There are other opportunities for engagement as well. So we do have the public comment and question periods at the special budget meeting. So I would encourage anyone to sign up for those if they're interested. Questions and comments can also be emailed to budget@tofino.ca, and that's an email address that's regularly monitored by the financial services team. There's opportunities to engage with the district on social media. And we are going to be sending out engagement information with our utility bills, and those go out on a quarterly basis. So the Q3 utility bills have been mailed or being mailed out this week, and we will be sending out the Q4 utility bills in January. And so this document will outline all of the different engagement opportunities that we've discussed today, and it will also include a space for written feedback. So for those who maybe aren't as comfortable in an online forum, we'll have an opportunity to provide handwritten comments that can be dropped off here at the municipal office for consideration. So I'll just stop sharing my screen here and see if there are any questions or comments about that before we move on to the consolidated budget.
Go ahead, Councillor Steer.
Thank you, and I just wanted to thank Laura in person for the use of her office yesterday. It was a very generous offer for the day. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to thank you, obviously, for the tremendous amount of work. But first, on the public engagement aspect that we just covered, I'm super glad that you defined the importance of that in all communities, but especially this one, and the variety of platforms that you've laid out, and especially on the media end of things. I'm wondering, and this is just a technical question, is there the town hall meetings that we've had historically have been well attended and are fully engaged? Is there a virtual town hall possibility? I know nothing about it, but if that would be a technical possibility as another layer of engagement, recognizing the importance of that kind of conversation.
Thank you. I would say yes, that's definitely a possibility. If that's something that Mayor and Council are interested in doing, we can definitely discuss what that would look like and when a good time to schedule that would be. Yeah, absolutely.
Is that something Mayor and Council would like to see, a town hall? Is this something we need a council decision for? I see one nodding head to, can we try to look it into a town hall? Councillor Thick. Oh, you're giving me the thumbs up? I can only see part of your hand because of your name there, but okay, there you go. That's a direction from council. I think looking into the possibility of a town hall, a virtual town hall, is an excellent idea. Any other questions on this portion? Councillor Steer.
Recognizing the length of our day, but I just had a quick question on the as you outlined the budget process for staff and in the first budget management meeting that comes in September, where the department heads come forward. I'm wondering if those priority areas that management staff bring forward, if those priority areas, are they viewed through the lens of council's strategic plan, or how? Maybe you can give me some background on how those strategic priorities are brought forward in the budget process.
Absolutely. So typically when projects are submitted to us in the financial planning process, managers and directors are required to outline how they are in line, what the strategic priorities and goals are that apply from council's strategic plan. Sometimes there are projects that need to happen for other reasons that don't necessarily specifically apply, but when we are going through those projects as a group, we definitely try to focus on which priorities are being met and how projects can relate back to council's strategic plan.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments for this portion before we carry on? Seeing none, can carry on.
Sounds great. So the Director of Financial Services will take over now to discuss the 2022 consolidated budget.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Mayor Law. I'll just take a moment and share my screen. I thought in advance of the managers presenting their detailed financial plans and all of their projects, it would be a good idea to just give the lay of the land in terms of what the 2022 budget specifically is looking like. We will be endeavoring to balance this budget between now and January, but there is some work to do. So this is a consolidated worksheet that I believe Council is quite familiar with. By now, we've been using it for several years. I wanted to just focus on this column E right here for total expenses. The total expenditures in the 2022 budget are $22,724,905. There is a revenue shortfall, meaning the balance is the budget is currently out of balance, and I just wanted to highlight to what degree it is out of balance. So not to alarm anybody at this point, and not to indicate that we would by any means increase taxation to balance this budget, but this is an important time in the financial planning process to highlight the balancing that we need to do, and that will help as we move through these discussions for council and staff to acknowledge that we do need to remove or shift some priorities out to future years in order to help us and assist with balancing the budget. So this taxation column here, so this purple section is all revenues. This taxation column here is where we plug any overages and that are in the financial plan in order to just show what it would look like if we were to balance it with taxation, which we certainly wouldn't do. But if we were to do that, we would need to tax 4.6 million. But our current financial plan, as it is adopted with a 2% base rate increase, is allowing us to have taxation of $3,589,279. So currently the financial plan is just over $1 million out of balance, which equates to approximately 30% of taxation. So that just indicates that we do have some work to do to shift some priorities over the next 5 years. Mayor Law, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Atiana. That's I was just looking at the number there, 3.58 million from taxation. Is that not lower than 2021's taxation amount?
That amount is 2% higher, and I should clarify that that's the base rate of taxation to cover off our operating and the general fund. The capital and infrastructure levy is added onto that, and any requirements for debt servicing that we need to tax for is added on top of that. So this is just taking that base rate of amount.
The base rate, so it's 2% higher than what it is right now, or
Yes.
for 2021. Thank you.
Yes. And certainly we are going to proceed with recommending a 2% increase to keep up with those rising costs of inflation and fuel increases, hydro increases. We would certainly need to do that for the 2022 budget. Let's see, so I believe that's all I wanted to highlight in this spreadsheet for now. And I just I've prepared a couple graphs that I will just stop sharing my screen and try again here. So it is.
Sorry, I just saw a hand go up, but can councillors please use the electronic hand so that Ms. Atiana can see you? Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for her to catch people's hands.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't see who had their hand raised, so I'll move on. So this just provides some graphics related to that consolidated worksheet because it is a lot of information, and I just thought it would be a good idea to summarize it. So we have on the left side the revenue by category, and we have the larger revenue sources at the top, and this is typical year after year. We typically see a high amount of contribution. So that includes our MRDT revenue that comes in and then we transfer out to other agencies. Taxation is typically in and around the same as user fees and charges. So we're seeing that about equal right now, 20% and 19%. We do have some work to do on taxation. So likely that percentage is going to come down between now and the January budget meeting. Grants are sitting at 17% and reserves are sitting at 12%. So those two typically align with when those amounts are high, we typically see high capital expenditures. So you can see that 38% of our budget are capital expenditures this year, and that aligns with the use of grant funds and reserves throughout 2022. The capital and infrastructure levy is 7% of the budget, and we are looking at 1.2% of borrowing, which mostly has to do with the construction phase of the wastewater treatment plant. There will be some changes to that project, which we will discuss later in terms of timelines between now and the January budget meeting. We have some COVID restart grant funds coming into this budget, and some monies going out to debt servicing and some surplus allocations in the year. So 20% of the 2022 budget are transfers out to either reserve funds, or that's the MRDT and OAP going out to Tourism Tofino and the Tofino Housing Corporation. 42% of our budget are operating expenses and 38% are capital. So I will stop sharing my screen. That was just an overview of what the 2022 budget is currently looking like. Happy to answer any questions before we begin the more detailed departmental presentations.
Councillor Steer.
Yes, thank you, Nyla. And I just had a quick question on when we use that 2% base rate increase, obviously for inflationary pressures, is that looked at year over year, as we know that inflation rate, and it seems awfully low to me, but just on a generalized time, and if we're using that as a base rate, I'm assuming it's looked at year over year. and adjust it as would be necessary to meet those inflationary. I know that we do add on with, for example, the C&I levy and stuff, but I guess my question is it looked at year over year and then adjusted as necessary?
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor Steer. Yes, it is looked at each year, and typically I look at that after this initial budget meeting and before I bring back a balanced budget. So it's a fairly complex calculation where we have a look at our general operating expenses, such as hydro, which we know increases more at a higher than a rate of 2%, fuel increasing at a rate higher than 2%, but there are other operating expenditures that don't increase at such a high rate or will remain the same. So those help balance out those pressures where we're seeing higher than a 2% increase. At this time, I can't confidently say that 2% will be sufficient, but at the January budget meeting, I'll speak more confidently about what's required in terms of a base rate increase to keep up with those inflationary costs. Okay, so I will pass it back to Laura to begin the presentations on the departmental budgets.
Through the mayor, hi Nyla and Mayor and Council. This is Nikki here. I'm just doing some housekeeping just before we jumped in with Eldora about the scheduled breaks for this evening and for today. And I just want to check in with Council about the appropriate time for a morning break, lunch hour, and an afternoon break. So the plan would be to have a 15-minute scheduled break somewhere around 10, a 30-minute lunch break somewhere around 12, and then in the afternoon, should we feel another 15-minute break is necessary, we can have one as well. Is Council comfortable with that? Okay, thank you very much. So just to confirm, about a 10-15-minute break around 10, a 30-minute lunch hour at 12, and we can reconvene about the afternoon if we want to push through or have a break then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikki. So we're going to be moving into the departmental presentations now. So I'll just take another moment here to share my screen. I think that should be visible to everybody now. So just to reiterate, each of these sections will be presented individually by the managers of each department, and we'll talk about the department overview and responsibilities, the highlights of the operating budgets, and discuss any capital projects that are being brought forward today. So the financial services department covers quite a bit in the district here, and we typically are focusing throughout the year on financial planning, the operating and capital budgets as we're discussing today, overall financial management at the district, property taxation, revenue collection. We also provide human resources support to the organization, information technology support, and we also provide oversight and administrative support of the Community Children's Center. And I'm not going to present to you the entire administrative budget today. It is quite concise, or quite expansive, I should say, but I will pull out a couple of key things that we typically see here. And these are revenues and expenditures that are brought in this section to support the entire organization. And these include administrative revenues such as the gas tax fund, administration fees from the water and sewer fund, as well as monies received from the Strategic Community Investment Fund. And there are a few key expenses in this area as well, and that includes the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce contract, property appraisals, as well as human resources contracts and legal fees, and some audit fees as well. And this is not an exhaustive list. We also have our IT service provider in this section as well, and various other expenditures that support the organization. So here's a look at some of those numbers. The gas tax fund amount is budgeted based on 2021 actuals. And in 2021, we actually did receive an additional one-time top-up, but given the uncertainty of this amount from year to year, we don't have any projected increases to this amount, and the top-up has not been included in the financial plan. So this is based on that base amount that we received in 2021. The administration fees are calculated based on 5% of fees collected in the water and sewer funds and brought into the general fund to assist with all of those various administrative expenses that support those two funds. And the Strategic Community Investment Fund goes into general revenue, and this is to assist with minimizing taxation. And this amount is based on the 2021 amount that we received with a 1% increase. In terms of expenses, you'll see that the transfer to the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce ends at the end of 2023, and that's currently because the contract is set to end. So we will be looking forward in the next year or two at the possibility of renewing that. The property appraisal takes place on all of the district's facilities every 5 years. So we have a new appraisal taking place in 2022, and then those smaller amounts over the next 4 years are for smaller updates. And then we do another larger appraisal again. We have constant amounts here for our human resource contracts, which provide human resources support, as well as our legal fees. And we just recently updated our audit fees based on the new contract that was signed with our new auditors going into the 2021 audit process. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the Community Children's Center operating budget as well. A couple of highlights here to mention. The province provides a wage enhancement for all early childhood educators, certified early childhood educators. And this just recently increased from $2 an hour to $4 an hour as of September 1st. So we'll see that increase in the budget. And this is money that gets paid out to the certified ECEs on staff and then recovered from the province. And the district did apply for the Universal Childcare Prototype site selection. And this is the $10 a day prototype that the province is working at expanding. And we should find out if we were selected as one of these sites by the end of October, early November. So if we are selected, we anticipate that there will be some impacts on the operating budget. So once we have more information about that, those changes will be brought to the next budget meeting in the new year. So when we look at the numbers for the Community Children's Center, our fees are based on a 2% increase from last year's budget. And this is a very general number at this point. This amount will change when we go into the next draft, and that will be based on information we receive about what the 2021 actual fees received were. And we have the wage enhancement amounts there coming in as revenue, as well as different grant opportunities. And this is different provincial funding that we receive for the Children's Center. And then we have our staffing, office, and administrative expenses listed there as well. So we can see at this point in time, we're projecting a need for property taxation around $100,000. And I will remind Mayor and Council that in 2021, we made the decision to use general surplus to offset the use of property taxation for this service area, but that will be decided and discussed at the next special budget meeting. So we don't have any capital projects planned at the moment over the next few years for the Community Children's Center. So I will leave it there and stop sharing my screen if anyone has any questions or comments about any of those sections before we move on.
Questions or comments from council? I can see none.
Okay, so I will pass it over to the Manager of Corporate Services for her departmental presentation now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm hoping this is going to be straightforward. Turning my share screen on. Perfect. Okay, welcome everyone. Corporate Services has just a few slides here today. Beginning to start with the presentation, I would like to just remind everyone about our department overview and responsibilities. As you know, council committees and commissions are one of the big forefronts of the operations and the day-to-day work of our department. We do the management and development of bylaws and all of our organizational policies, internal and external. We do the information and records management, privacy and access to information, which is totally outlined in the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. We also have the District Communications and Digital Media, which is a growing department. As you know, we have a new employee this year, Sarah Gray, who's our communications coordinator, who's on the call here today as well. And we also operate the elections. So later this year or beginning of next year, we will be looking to council for appointment of the Chief Election Officer, which usually sits under the Management of Corporate Services, this role, because we have a general election coming in 2022, which I will speak more about in the next slide. And we also, of course, do intergovernmental relations. So that means when we have things like UBCM, minister meetings, and also council to council meetings, and then, of course, the statutory duties of the district. So receiving notices, signing affidavits, anything you can possibly think of, right down to the very traditional item of keeping the corporate seal. The operating budget highlights for this budget cycle is, of course, our council budget is funded by taxation into this department. We do have a small grant that's $1,957 for the community-to-community meetings. We haven't executed a lot of the expense on that because those meetings were intended to be in person. So we do have some remaining funds for some additional meetings for the remainder of the year and upcoming years as well. The council remuneration bylaw will be reviewed in summer 2022. And as a reminder, we always review the council remuneration bylaw prior to a general election. So that is a previous council member, a member of the financial services department, and they look at the remuneration, expenses, reimbursements, amounts for the newly elected council. So it's a nice way to have future council members not have to decide what they're going to pay themselves. It's a nice transparent way to do that. The other thing we do is we've got in here is council expenses that fluctuate year to year based on elections. So you'll see the budget numbers do change for 2022 and 2026. In addition to council laptops and monthly tech support, we are introducing that in this budget this year. So right now, as you all know, council, you're using your own personal devices, which has some hiccups once in a while, and we're not able to provide what we believe is adequate tech support for you. So we would like to provide devices to council or the newly elected council in 2022 and give them adequate tech support, resourcing and support so we can really increase access to the information and access to your constituents. And then, of course, again, the election. So just to see the numbers at a glance here, as you see, we got 2022 all the way to 2026. Some numbers just gradually change with general inflation. And some things like the council initiatives and council expenses, they fluctuate higher in 2022 and 2026, and that's directly related to the election cycle. We do need to hire additional staff, and there are quite a few items about an election that are probably not expenses that most people are aware of, which I can go into more detail if you have questions on that. Council grants, that is founded in the each committee, which is the events, arts, and community heritage committee. So that's 50,000 that's allocated to that committee that council just approves through that committee appointment every year as well. And so I'll just move to the next slide. If you can see those numbers at a glance. And another operating budget slide here. So of course, elections, we're going to break that down for you right now. So advertising is only $2,000, not too much. Election wages and benefits, we typically hire existing district staff who have experience, knowledge about elections and local government. So we try to keep that within house and keep those expenses low. Contractor wages, typically there is some additional support needed, whether it's drafting bylaws, creating forms, documentation, and additionally this year I'm proposing that we have a distinct election website which allows our voters to understand their rights as a voter. Whether you're aware or not, there are different types of voters in our community and many different ways to vote, because Tofino does initiate mail ballot voting, which requires a lot of additional support and staffing. So we'd like to really robustly build that program. So in the future, with the election, voters can go onto our separate municipal website and do a decision tree activity that says, where are you going to be located when the election's happening? Do you own a house? Do you share that house ownership with other people? And those questions will then whittle them down to a very distinct way to vote, whether you want to do a mail ballot, whether you want to come in person, these are the dates you can vote, and preparing our voters to have all the information at their fingertips before they even appear to the polling station. We did experience, and most local governments do experience, a little bit of confusion from voters that they may have voted in a provincial or federal election and think it's the same for local elections, which is really not the case. So we have non-resident property electors. We have people that mail ballot vote. So we really want to make sure we capture every single vote that matters and do that with a lot of additional engagement and work at this future election. And the one project that is proposed from the the Corporate Services Department is the council chambers and office space upgrades. Now, this is something that as I began my work here in April, recognizing that we started my role here in a pandemic and council has been elected during a pandemic, we haven't had in-person meetings, and we would really like to get to back to that place. And unfortunately, the existing council chambers, the maximum amount of bodies we can really have safely in there is 10. And with a council of your size and with staff members, there doesn't allow public to really safely attend our council meetings. So we're proposing that the council chambers move to the community theater. And that's going to be a project that we would be working with the Tofino Theater Society and see how we can integrate that theater setting so we can have a larger audience, participants, have more engagement with our public meetings, and access to council. We really do enjoy having public meetings, town halls, public hearings, all those things in person, and to upgrade and have a larger space to facilitate these meetings. We think that is a good move and a good direction for our community. We are growing, so more engagement is happening over time. And I will say that tracking the previous few council meetings, sometimes we have 25 people watching these Zoom council meetings. We don't have the facilities available at the moment to provide space for people to attend our meetings. So keeping safety in mind, moving that space over to the council, the community theater would be wonderful if that were to happen. But the other thing is to do the technology and equipment upgrades, and the former council chambers could then be modified into additional meeting space and desks for staff, and also meeting spaces for council members or meeting spaces in general. Currently, we don't actually have a meeting space for staff. We do use the council chambers when needed, but of course, council has priority to have that for council meetings and other items. So often we are finding our staff not having a space to meet and sometimes meeting out on picnic tables. And we would really like to provide a safe and dry space sometimes, because it's not always dry on those picnic tables outside. So other than that, the formal council chambers could be modified into district staff workspace, co-working, and bookable meeting areas. We do have some staff, specifically the communications coordinator, who's a remote worker. We do need to allow her to come in once in a while for meetings, and currently we still don't have that space. So the budget for this is $80,000, and that's based on construction that would need to happen to increase some walls and meeting space, and then also introducing foldable, movable council tables, and then moving over the existing technology for broadcasting and meeting proceedings. So with that, that's all I have today. So that was quite a bit about specific council meetings. So I'm ready to answer questions, but I will stop sharing my screen if that helps, so I can see you all. Okay.
Super. Thank you for that. I do have a question, but I'm going to let Councillor Steer go first.
Thank you, Nikki. I really appreciate that. I do recognize the renovation to allow for the more space. Just 2 questions around that. One, and I think you quickly answered it in there. Would it still allow for the technology to be transferred over to the theater to allow for those hybrids? Because I do think a lot of that participation remotely has been great because people feel comfortable using that technology. And then the second part of the question, will there be space available for a mayor and council workspace to be included in there somehow? And then the third part of that was I just noticed does the maintenance of this physical building, does that come from the reserve fund? Because there's certainly just those typical maintenance on the physical structure of this building that just from a quick eye look definitely needs attention to, and I'm wondering if that's where that comes from, or if that could be, if that's something totally separate.
Thank you, Councillor Steer. First question, yes, hybrid meetings. We would love to do that. We definitely recognize the access to council and your voters, that having both is a great solution, and that's what we would intend to do. We currently always broadcast on YouTube as it is, but we would like to be able to offer some sort of hybrid engagement model for in-person and people that are staying at home. The second question was the mayor and council workspace included. Yes. So again, that council chambers is quite a, it seems large, but what we would really envision, we don't have plans, we don't have anything mapped out yet, but we would definitely like to discuss with council what your needs are and staffing, because allowing for a smaller meeting space, what we would see like a boardroom, which would be a good workspace area. We also note the mayor's office is right on the end there, and that is a little outdated as well. So, and you're in it now. So that's something we could look at as well. But this budget number was really only looking for that one space and the transition over. So as we move forward with, the approval process, and as we go through this, we can certainly look at what the needs are for council for meeting and working together. I hope that answers the question. Yep. And lastly, in terms of the maintenance, this funding source for this project is through the municipal building reserve. However, the maintenance, I believe, could be, Nyla, correct me if I'm wrong, that was the operating budget of the staff. So we've got staff in-house that do the maintenance and repairs, but anything beyond that, I'm not quite sure.
I can answer that part of the question. So we do, the capital and infrastructure levy does reserve funds for major repairs and maintenance of all of our buildings, and that includes the municipal hall. So anything outside of repairs and maintenance to the building in its current state, we would have to budget for separately until such time as we've incorporated improvements into our asset management plan, which is kind of the next stage of things. So hope that answers your question.
Super. I just had a question about working with the Tla-o-qui-aht Sound Community Theatre on, if there were any conflicts of scheduling, or if we needed a last minute, special council meeting or emergency council meeting or something that would conflict with other uses of the theatre. How would that work? Would we, have another space that we could use if we had to, or something like that? And in general, I think this is a great idea. I'm just wondering how closely you've been working with Tla-o-qui-aht Sound Community Theatre Association.
Thank you, Mayor Law. Me personally, through this department, not specifically with them. I do know we have a user agreement with them for use of the space. So we wouldn't enter in a new user agreement until we had some kind of plan moving forward from this end. So I think we are in concurrent planning stages. We have had conversations, other management have talked about this space moving into their area. From my understanding, that's been positively supported. We do know that we have council meetings in the evenings, but we may have them again in the daytime in the future. So scheduling, as we know, council meetings are usually mapped out a year in advance. So we are able to provide a full council schedule a year in advance. The only schedule that we wouldn't be able to provide is special council meetings like this one itself. So that's when we really do work with our partners or our users of space to know if there's booking availability. So I think scheduling could always be mitigated, and that shouldn't be an issue, at least from the perspective of working in previous governments. When you set up that council calendar a year in advance, everyone seems to work around that pretty well.
And one further question. I know that the Clayoquot Sound Community Theatre Association has got a significant grant, and they're working on more significant grants. So I'm pleased. I assume this would dovetail nicely in with their plans for renovations. So excellent. Thank you very much. We can carry on if there's no further questions or comments.
Thank you, Mayor Law. Maybe I should do the honors of introducing the next manager to present, which is Brent Baker, our Manager of Protective Services, and obviously our wonderful fire chief. So please welcome Brent.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good morning. So we're going to move into protective services, and I'll just take a moment and start sharing my screen. Okay, here we go. So protective services. So department overview and responsibilities. The bylaw department has a two-pronged focus, business licensing, as well as bylaw education and enforcement. And then we've got the Tofino Volunteer Fire Department also, which at this time has 30 members. And we have ongoing training, fire inspections, and call response as a part of that department. So we're going to start out with the bylaw department, and we'll go through those items first. So operating budget highlights for 2022. We have a proposed care network contract for about $30,000. This particular contract would have the care network facilitating and managing dog and cat licensing campaign, focus on stray dog and cat patrols, including stray cat trapping, kenneling stray and abandoned animals, rehoming animals as needed, and they would be the primary contact for animal situations within the district for phone, email, as well as social media, and assist in providing affordable access for spay and neuter services for residents on fixed or low incomes as well. We have some vehicle expenses within the bylaw department, which includes a possible new vehicle addition. And then 2022 continues on with the second reservist for the summer months, and then switches back to the historical one reservist from 2023 and moving forward. So the operating budget overview, we have bylaw violations, which currently this year we're sitting at about $44,000, and we do still anticipate this increasing. Payments tend to trickle in right up until the end of the year, so that we do anticipate rising. It's always hard to predict specifically where that's going to go from year to year. And this amount does not currently include tickets that have been issued by the Robbins pay parking system. We are also working on getting an online payment system for any tickets that are written by our bylaw enforcement staff. And this would also likely increase the revenue as well as speed up the payment process. We have a lot of delayed payments because people have left town, and it takes a while for them to figure out how to write and send a check over to the municipality, and sometimes they end up not doing it and it goes to collections, and that process can take quite some time. Licensing and permits. So this includes business licenses, applications fees, And it can fluctuate a little bit each year as well. In general, it does tend to increase from year to year. With COVID and some businesses being uncertain as to whether they'll open or close, it's been a little unusual for the last 2 years, and that's primarily the short-term rental businesses that some have not opened, some are, but we see a little bit of change in that each year. Staffing, office and admin. Again, we are still looking at the additional reservist, which is included in that for 2022, as well as considering some staffing changes within the bylaw department as well to better service our community. And as I did mention, the reservist scales back in 2023, so that's where we'll see the drop in that again. And then under our vehicles, we do see some increased expenses here with the addition of the possible new one to the bylaw department, which I will cover in a moment. So first project for this department is bylaw uniforms and rebranding. This department unfortunately does see a fairly regular turnover year to year, which means that we're always looking to replace uniforms. General makeup of our staffing team can change significantly, so potentially even if we have additional uniforms on hand, they may not be the suitable size and shapes, and we're constantly having to look at that. We do have all of our uniforms are branded with municipal logos, which is now out of date. So part of the expenses here is looking at having new patches made, and those tend to be in a bit more of a bulk order so that we can ensure that we have some for years to come and we're not constantly having to reorder, which is more costly. So part of that, we're looking at steel toe boots, the uniform clothing, baseball hats, and then probably the biggest expense in there is as we are busier and busier into the winter months, year after year, it becomes more important to ensure that the staff that are out in the field are suitably equipped with proper weather clothing, so Gore-Tex jackets and that are going to last for more than 1 or 2 seasons. Our next proposed project is the bylaw logistics utility vehicle. And so this one, the budget request is $31,000 or just over $31,000. And it does come from taxation. And this project here, the vehicle itself is $22,000 with the annual operating costs around $1,200. So there's some increases to maintenance over the next 5 years. And so what this is, there's been growing pressure for the bylaw or for bylaw support on each of the beaches, trails, and around town over the last several years. The need for a specialized logistic vehicle has increased, and at this time, the sole vehicle in the bylaw department is the Toyota RAV4. So in the last 2 years, staff have had limited access to the Public Works, or I believe it's actually the Rec Department's utility vehicle, which is quite loud and intrusive to beachgoers. There have been a few weekends where the RCMP have utilized their off-road vehicles, their quads, to support the needs of the bylaw department. But again, these opportunities are very limited based on RCMP staffing, and actually even more so based on RCMP that have the training and are comfortable to bring those quads out to support the needs on the beaches. Bylaw staff on foot patrol are often required to collect garbage for safety reasons, carry equipment to extinguish fires, collect up camping equipment that's left behind by illegal campers, and having access to an electric off-road utility vehicle such as a Ranger Polaris electric vehicle would provide added safety of always being near a vehicle and offer enhanced ability to quietly service the area and provide a means to carry all equipment needed on a daily basis. This vehicle would also have the added benefit of supporting the fire department needs with potential for a water tank on the back of it, and as well as any other municipal needs during an emergency. That is the 2 projects for the bylaw department. So we will move into the fire department where there is a couple more before we open up to questions. So operating budget highlights for the fire department, always worthy of note. We do have some fire protection revenue, which is in and around the $55,000 mark. This fire protection revenue is actually two separate contracts. We have one for Tla-o-qui-aht First Reserve lands, and we have another one for the Tinwis Reserve lands. One is just over 45,000. The other one is about 5,000. The Tla-o-qui-aht First Reserve lands, that is a 3-year contract. The current one that we are under does expire December 31st of this year, and we're right now in the process of reviewing the new contract and getting ready to have that signed, so it should be in place prior to January 1st. The Tinwis one is also under a review. It is due to be updated with all the additional housing that is now on that land, and using the similar formula that we have for Essoista and Tla-o-qui-aht by calculating the number of serviced properties. That will likely increase that contract an additional $5,000 or $6,000 as well. Currently, our volunteer indemnities, so this is for what gets paid out for attendance for calls and practices, that is under review, and that's something that council was hearing about on Tuesday as a part of the new fire and life safety bylaw. And we also, as council had heard from a previous committee of the whole, there's the potential plans for a training facility that's under review, and that will likely be coming back to council sometime in the next month for further discussions around that. And so our operating budget overview, firefighter expenses is firefighter expenses refers to uniforms, potential shots and vaccines such as Hep B, those sorts of things that we have that available for staff on an annual basis. We have gone through a recruitment process within the last year, so we are due to update uniforms for new recruits, those sorts of things. And so that's an added expense when we go through that process on top of our typical uniform expense. We have the call indemnities, which we've also talked about. So for 2022, currently it's projected at $46,000. And again, based on if the fire and life safety bylaw, which we heard on Tuesday, is adopted, there will be some changes to that as well too. And it's my understanding that we'll be coming back to a council meeting prior to Christmas to have a bit more information around that, so that council can be fully aware as to how that will affect the 2022 and onwards budgets. Fire hall expenses, this one refers to annual insurance, hydro, general repairs around the building, and then there's always a small amount in there for miscellaneous expenses along the way as well. So we've got a couple of project sheets in the fire department this year. We have training and equipment storage. So this budget request is for $36,800, and all the requests for the fire department do come 100% from taxation. This one's going to cover some extrication training dummies, some other training tools, and storage containers. So it's critical that the fire department is training for the highest risk and the lowest frequency incidents, and be ongoing and consist both of modern techniques and equipment to provide the most realistic scenarios. The National Fire Prevention or Protection Association requires that in order to be certified, every firefighter must receive live fire training only twice. This is one of the only training subjects that firefighters must leave town to do, due to a lack of facilities in the area, and it's expensive and very important. So only being required to do that twice, I think just about everyone would agree that that's not nearly sufficient enough. We need to maintain those skills and practice those on a regular basis. So looking at the hose line and extinguisher, it's a propane fire training prop that provides real heat and fire and can be used for realistic fire situations that create a true test of skills and techniques in a wide variety of situations. So having access to that allows these skills to be kept on a very regular basis. Patient management on a fire and medical or traffic incidents is one of the most common tasks. Without regular training with real patients, it can be challenging to create realistic scenarios to practice for the best possible outcomes. So the new extrication smart dummies can have pre-programmed and voice-activated responses capable of creating lifelike response during training. They can be pinned under a car, staged in and around a fire simulation, and many, many more variables, and provide computer-based feedback from the first aid that's provided. And then the last item on that is a 20-foot storage container. The Tofino Fire Department really has no space left here, and in order to continue to train to provide the best and the required service for this community, we do need a little bit of additional space so that we can store some of the equipment that we currently have and some of the items that we're looking to purchase for the future. Fire suppression and rescue equipment. This request is for $28,900, and again, it's from taxation. With an increase in modern electric cars, manufacturers are using heavier grades of steel for improved safety and survivability. So as a result of that, higher grade of steel, departments are being required to upgrade certain tools that are required for vehicle extrication. So looking at a new Hamatro hydraulic pump, which we've got for $17,000 here. Currently, our pump is actually due to be retired, and the new equipment will have the power to solve the problems that we're seeing with the current vehicles on the roads. High pressure lifting bags go hand in hand with vehicle extrication, and these bags assist in lifting vehicles and as well as providing stabilization, reducing the chances of firefighting injuries and increasing the speed in which we can act and support our vehicle occupants. And the final item there is an electric fan. So we're seeing increases in multifamily dwellings, and they're changing the tactics in modern firefighting. It's becoming increasingly important to be able to ventilate individual units and evacuate smoke or other toxic gas by use of modern electric or battery operated fans, as opposed to putting gas engines which introduce additional toxic fumes. So this is a way of, you have one multifamily unit that has had smoke or something going on in their propane issue. Instead of having to evacuate the entire building or put a gas-powered fan in there to clean out the fumes from that, you can put an electric fan in there, which will work better, clean the building out, and have much less effect on everybody else in the remaining units. And then I think this is the last one for us, retired equipment replacement. WorkSafe BC and National Fire Protection Association, they do require that personal protective equipment be replaced prior to expiry dates. So currently, most of the helmets that we have for firefighters are approaching that expiry date right now and do require replacement, as well as the balaclavas, which is the hooded piece of equipment that covers the head and neck and protects you from excessive heat. It's also the one piece of gear that protects you from cancer, carcinogens affecting your exposed neck and those are due to replaced as well too. And then we have the proposed installation of new metal storage racks to increase air movement and space, which will increase the lifespan of our gear. So it doesn't look as though there's going to be a new and improved fire department in the near future. So we need to make the most of the space that we do have and make some changes to how this building is used and designed for maintaining gear, keeping things dry, and allowing our gear to last as long as possible. So those are all the projects that I have for both the bylaw department and the fire department. And I will stop sharing my screen at this time and take any questions.
Thank you. I see a hand up, Councillor McMaster, and then Councillor Steer, then Councillor Thick, in that order.
Just a question on the electric utility vehicle, which I'm in agreement with, but what's the proposal to get it from area to area? You're going to put it on the back of the truck? Do we have a trailer? Do we need to budget for something like that?
Excellent question. So these particular types of vehicle can be used on the street. The Acknowledgement Fire Department, they currently have one that is, it's not electric, theirs is gas, but it is street legal. It has license plates on it, so it can be used to go down the road. It could potentially be used to go on the MUP if needed as well too. Currently, the Kubota that the bylaw staff have been using through the summer months, that one is limited to the MUP because of the speed that it can travel. But this one is more easily utilized through roads or trails, possibly in the back of a truck if it needed to go a longer distance.
Okay. Just, I don't really know too much, but it just seems like a waste of time and money to be driving an electric vehicle down the highway, say from Tonquin to Chesterman. But I'll let you look into that further. Thank you.
I guess I'll
Go
just
ahead, Councillor Steer.
Yeah.
Just you can follow each other until Catherine's done.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate it. I have a couple of questions, and one begins with the service contract proposed for the care network, and I'm wondering, we had talked a little bit about it previously at council, and I'm wondering if there was a cost comparison done from an in-house perspective, or that contracting out for the service that the care is talking about providing for the district.
Well, as far as cost comparison, it's a little tricky. So currently the care network is fully set up with kennels and all the facilities that are actually required in order to service the possible animals that are at large or get dropped off, that sort of thing. The municipality does not have any kennels. We don't have additional staff that can look after the animals, that sort of thing, and the wages are a little bit different. So in order to accomplish what the care network is offering, dealing with the stray cats and all those types of issues, we would have to hire additional staff in order to manage any of those types of things. At this point, I think we're in a position where we're not set up to handle the potential animal needs of the community, and so we're in that position of having to look at possible outsources. There are other options, such as the SPCA in Port Alberni, where they offer a contract for about a third of the size, but that contract, all that does is give us the permission to bring animals there, which would require overtime, it would require fuel and mileage and all those types of things. And then we would pay fees per animal as we commute there. So this is really the local option, and it's in the budget right now as a 1-year item to provide an opportunity as a trial, and see if it meets our needs, or see if it's more than what we need. But right now, we don't have the means to deal with stray cats, dogs, and then those types of things. And so this is the option that's available locally.
Great, thank you. I have a couple follow-ups. And then in regards to the utility vehicle, I support, of course. I'm just curious, in terms of the larger picture of a utility vehicle, or in terms of a larger fleet management integrated with many of the other departments that we certainly have. I know in the area that I work in, that is a huge component of in managing that quite an extensive asset. And I'm wondering if those conversations happen interdepartmentally, and I'm looking at the Director of Financial Services as well, to see if a larger fleet management program is in place that would help to control maybe some of the costs and find efficiencies within the overall fleet.
Thank you, Councillor Steer. Most certainly, I think it is, as we move through the asset management planning process, it is very important to look at our fleet as a whole and not departmentally. When we budget for various fleet vehicles, we do separate it by department to track the expenditures of each service. But certainly, we are looking at the fleet as a whole and working towards having a more effective fleet management plan, particularly as we continue to add to the fleet.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I'll continue on, but Brent, there was in the operating overview in the office administration and staffing for 2022, it was a figure of 337,258, and then in the preceding years there was a significant reduction in that amount, and I'm just curious as to why in 2022 that amount was in that category, and then preceding years it was almost about $100,000 less for the next preceding years, roughly in that area, and I'm just curious as to why that was.
This is regarding the fire department budget specifically?
I believe it. Yeah, my note was it was in the office admin and staffing 2022, and I'm sorry I didn't write down if it was in fire or protective services. It was on one of your slides, and it just jumped out at me that in 2022 it was 300,000 plus, and then in preceding years it was approximately about $100,000 less in that area. And I'm sorry, I can't remember if it was protective services or fire.
That's okay. I can clarify that. So it is the bylaw service area. In 2022, we did increase bylaw resources, and we were able to apply the COVID Restart Grant to increase the resources in that area. We received significant feedback from the community that the resources for bylaw enforcement were not sufficient in 2020. So we applied some of those Restart Grant funds to increase the resources, and then they're going to likely normalize in 2022. So that's why we see a drop in
okay.
that area in that year. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then one last one is just a comment, and I really want to reiterate the importance of the training that Chief Baker is pointing out, those low probability, high risk scenarios. I know in my line of work, we train very hard for that. And it is critically important, and not only for the ability for the fire crew to be able to exercise the service and delivery but also really for the safety of the crew and those that are involved. It is a critical component because we don't often get those incidents, but to be able to be trained in a safe way to carry out those duties, I very, very highly supportive of that, and moving into the future if there's even more. But anyways, and then just the last one, the expiry date extension for PPEs is a question that's going out in the larger community, as I'm sure Chief Baker knows. Some of our equipment we hardly ever use, but they have an expiry date, and then where we're forced to purchase new gear with an expiry date on. So I just wanted to thank you for all the work and the in-depth knowledge of this area, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see a couple more hands up. So before we go to Councillor Thick, Mr. McPherson, did you have a comment on a specific question?
I have a general comment that can wait in line, Your Worship. Thank you.
Councillor Thick, go ahead, and then Councillor Anderson, and I'll follow with a quick question.
Thank you, Brent. And I just had a couple of questions, and I might need Councillor McMaster or CAO Bob McPherson to fill in a few gaps here. But I have a concern with the expenses going up significantly. Well, they just keep going up in the bylaw. And when we first talked about this many years ago, we said, as I recall, that these expenses need to be met by the revenue, and because we identified at that time that we couldn't keep taking this on. This is my recollection, so maybe others might correct me if I'm wrong, but when I see the expenses at 609 and the shortfall as being 246, and that means 250,000 has to come from taxation for bylaw, which I think the problems are mostly coming or stemming from, increased visitors and visitor services needed. So I'm just flagging that to say that either we need to decrease expenses in this regard, or we need to increase the revenues. And I'm not looking to say we need more tickets, but perhaps we need to look at the business license fees, because the $250,000 shortfall, in my estimation, is quite significant going forward. And I don't think that was the spirit that we began this whole program, nor when we first looked at business licenses. So I'll just stop there, and I had another question after. Thank you. Anyone else who could add to that or thinks that this is something that is needing some attention?
I think it's a good question looking for an answer here from, looks like we've got a couple answers perhaps, and then maybe we can chat over it with the council.
So a couple of comments. One, our bylaw enforcement, our evening enforcement, it is not solely focused on visitors. We certainly have challenges in the evening hours with community members as well as with visitors that have caused us to increase bylaw resources. I will say that a review of our business license fees is due or overdue, and Chief Baker and his team are working on a revised business regulation bylaw, and fees will be part of that. So I think there's an opportunity, Councillor Thick, Mayor and Council, to close the gap that you've noted there. But that's something that will come to Council, and in the next while. It may not be something that we can address in time for this budget, as bylaw renewal notices typically go out about 6 weeks from now. So we may run ourselves out of time to be able to get that kind of amendment in place. But yeah, understood that we are responding to what we heard from the community in terms of delivering more bylaw services than we have had in the past, to try to address some of the things that we're making, as we heard in the summer of 2020, Tofino not unlivable, but a difficult place to be.
Excellent. And Councillor McMaster, and then I believe, Councillor Anderson. Councillor McMaster, did you have a comment on Kathy's specific question?
That's what I was responding to, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I agree with what we said. I think back to conversations we had many years ago, and we saw the need for increased bylaw. And I think we also felt with that increased bylaw, we were looking for more, from the public standpoint, we're looking for more enforcement of those bylaws. Now, I know we're on a mandate of compliance, and there's a fine line between compliance and when you enforce something, but I wonder if we've gone too much one way rather than the other, and we need to back off the compliance bit a little bit. And how often do you warn somebody before you actually fine them? And I think I think that's worthy of discussion, because I think the community is in favour of more bylaw, but I think they want to see the enforcement that goes along with it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMaster. I do have a comment on your comment there and your question, Kathy. Councillor Thick, I would like to see the license and fee review happen, and I understand that would impact the budget going forward, even beyond this, beyond the adoption of the 2022 budget. So that would then change the expenditure revenue for 2022, would it not? Or does it, that's my first little question.
I can comment on that, Mayor Law. In 2022, there's $134,000 going into the bylaw service area from the COVID Restart Grant. That is reflected in that consolidated worksheet that I shared on the screen earlier. So that draws down the amount that is coming from taxation. So all of the COVID restart grants go in revenue in the admin budget. So it looks like the amount coming from taxation in the bylaw service area is higher in 2022, but it'll be reduced by the amount of COVID restart grant we put towards that. So it is actually a more typical year, around 115,000 that is coming from taxation to service bylaw services. So I just wanted to highlight that. And if we do have a look at business license fees, and those do go up if violation revenue goes up, which is very hard for us to project in terms of revenue. So we do it quite conservatively. It often comes in higher than what we budget for. That will reduce the pressure that needs to come from taxation. So I hope that that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you for that quick discussion. And I just think we have to keep an eye on this, because that's, as I recall, was the spirit and intent with which we kind of grew this department. So I'm just recalling those things, and for the benefit of maybe some others, and maybe those ideas have changed, but that's just something that I thought was very, very, it was discussed at length in previous councils. So just bringing that forward. And the second thing, and I might need some help just to go back to your presentation, Chief Baker, was you mentioned the challenges of tourism, and there was an expense of 31,174, and I was just writing that down, but I can't find out what exactly you were referring to. So if it's possible, could you just refresh my memory there?
I'm assuming this was in the bylaw department.
Yeah. So I guess my point there too is just along the same lines that as we speak about the amount of work that our staff are doing, I'm again just concerned. I see how much time our staff are spending picking up garbage, and I remember asking at another point, how many days a week are we doing this? Oh, we're spending 3 days a week. So I'm just saying that the expenses related to tourism are creeping up. And so that's another thing that I am really keeping an eye on. And that was part of my question at the last council meeting when I spoke about how is it that at some point that Tourism Tofino might have to help us offsetting these expenses that are being borne by the taxpayers, but are being created by the tourists. So it's a general question. It's not something we can resolve at this moment, but I'm just keeping an eye on all those little things that we are taking on above and beyond what I think we should be doing, and the expenses are being met by the taxpayer. So just watching those things and thinking, how can we offset this? Thank you.
Just if I may comment on that, I think the only reference that I can see to $31,000 was for the bylaw logistics vehicle, the electric vehicle. And I think my only reference was to the beaches being used more and more later into the seasons, not specific to tourists, because certainly the beaches have become the open space for residents and visitors alike to get out and spread out during the time of COVID. So I definitely don't want to put that impression out there that these expenses are primarily tourist based. I believe we are involved with almost equal amounts of enforcement with residents and visitors. But I do agree that we have to, keep an eye on where the expenses are going. Support from any other areas is always great. It is a tricky spot for us because there is so much wide open space that we end up having to look after, and Public Works ends up having to assist in looking after through garbage collection and those types of things. But these types of things, expenses, I look at them as being about safety related to the beaches and those things, and the equipment being required to help support safe work environment for the staff, but also maintaining public safety and having access to these things also.
Thanks. I take your point, and I just want you to note that we're watching these things and seeing how how these things creep up and what it is we can do to offset it. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thick. Councillor Anderson, and then I have a comment, and then Councillor Chalmers. Or actually, Councillor Chalmers, you can go first, and then I'll go at the end. And I believe after this, it'll be a break.
Yeah, my question was around the vehicle again. I'm just wondering, I'll just say that I've received some negative feedback to the impact of having a vehicle on the beach. And I'm wondering if you've looked into electric bicycles and if that might suit the purpose and maybe be a little bit of a lower impact on the beach. Also, maybe a better price.
Yeah, absolutely. An electric bicycle has been considered for uses in and around town. For the bylaw needs on the beaches, specifically because we still allow fires, electric bicycle would not be sufficient to manage the needs of beach fires, which seems to be something that we are continuing towards. They are often left unattended and require that the bylaw staff carry amounts of water in order to be able to put those out. So I definitely understand that there has been some people that have not been happy with the tire tracks on the beach or the fact that there's a little bit of noise. But again, this is probably the most effective way that I can think of to manage the needs of the beaches the way that we're allowing them to be used currently.
Thanks.
Great. Councillor Chalmers, go ahead before I ask my question.
Thanks. I just have a response to Councillor Thick's comment about tourism and the cost, and I really appreciate it. I think it's important to know that, but I think it's also important to remember that with increased tourism also increases businesses and business taxes, which is a benefit of that tourism. So that money is offset in a sense from the business community paying property taxes, and I don't think that burden should really just be directed at Tourism Tofino, but I think it is important, as you brought up, to remember what tourism does to this community and how we can support it and benefit from it as well. And then I had just a quick question along the electric vehicles on the beach for Chief Baker. How has there been much experience with electric vehicles in regards to like salt and sand? And I know how much the beach kind of does on my bike, for example, and I'm wondering maybe it's fine with that, but is that something that's been sort of tested? And
I think it comes down to the maintenance and the care of it. So the vehicles that get used right now get fully washed down at the end of each shift and that sort of thing. And so looking after it in the proper way is going to be important. And I think anybody that's lived out here for a while also sees the effect of the salt on a vehicle or other piece of equipment, even if it never makes its way to the beach. So it's certainly about us making sure that we're on top of things. But as far as sand and that type of thing, these are designed specifically for hunting purposes and all sorts of things. So definitely there are these types of things are taken in mind. Salt for sure is an additional one that we just have to be on top of and stay ahead of those types of things. So good question.
Thanks, Councillor Chalmers. I do think that money on protective services and the fire department, etc., is money well spent. And I do note that Tourism Tofino is trying to push the season out into the shoulder seasons dramatically, and that eventually will have an increased cost on policing and protective services, etc. So that is something that we do need to look at and find ways, I think, to offset the cost on the general taxpayer base. I wonder about the electric vehicle. I wonder, since it seems primarily going to be used for beaches and enforcing beaches in the high season, I'd imagine, is this not a good candidate for perhaps accessing some of that paid parking revenue that I believe looks like it's going into reserves at the moment rather than taxation? And I know this is something the managers have talked about at length, but I think it's something that council would probably also like to talk about, because at the moment all of this is coming from taxation, and it is a large chunk.
that would have to be something that would be discussed above my pay grade, I believe.
Well, I could go for perhaps Mr. McPherson or.
I think, yeah, that's a process that we're setting up a process for council to have through the 2022 budget, a discussion about the allocation of pay parking revenue. I don't think we're going to get too far into that today, but just talk about what the process looks like. I think in our minds, I don't want to speak for the whole management team, but I think that there's an appreciation that at this point we're collecting revenue from beachgoers, and there are costs of keeping the beaches in order, whether it's picking up litter or emptying garbage or patrolling the beaches. So in my mind anyway, what you mentioned there, Mayor Law, is a pretty good connection that we can talk about some more as this budget progresses over the next few months.
Excellent. Thank you for that. You have one more comment?
If you were done, Your Worship, just I have one kind of sweeping comment about protective services budget and context of our overall budget. I think that if council, if anybody was kind of adding up what is in the fire budget this year, it is significant, and I want to, as I always do, preface we get very good value from having a volunteer fire department in this town, and we are so fortunate to have not only a volunteer department, but a very active department and people who stay in the department and are in there for the right reasons. And to be a little bit ageist, we have a comparatively young fire department, where other volunteer departments in this province and others are struggling as people are aging out, and we have young, enthusiastic community members lining up to be part of our fire department. I think that's a real tribute to Chief Baker and the leadership team there. A lot of what's being asked for is in the fire department is enhancing public safety as well as our member safety. And some of these things we're just not going to be able to comfortably recommend that we defer to a future year or spread them out over 5 years because of the safety aspect that's involved. So Nyla mentioned at the start of the meeting the notion of a 2% general tax increase that we are going to be working toward. There may be a bit of an exception here where we are working to modernize the safety of our fire department so that the members, the folks who get out of their beds in the middle of the night and respond to these incidents are well protected, and they are in turn able to provide good protection to our community. So we're going to be working on this, but I just want to sort of let council know that the ask is maybe a little bit extraordinary this year. We did have something similar as we developed the 2014 budget, where we were not quite where we needed to be as a fire service, and added some enhancements, including, I think at that point, starting to fund for a paid full-time fire chief. And then we're kind of at a similar tipping point now, where I think that recognizing the call volume, recognizing the kinds of incidents that our teams are responding to, we need to do a little bit more to ensure safety. So that's just a bit of a what they call it, a spoiler alert for council and the community right now.
Yeah, and I'd just like to reiterate that before we move it over to Councillor Steer, that as I think everybody's really intoned, this is money well spent, and the pandemic has taught us that things can happen, and we're certainly in a spot that's emergency prone, and we have an excellent fire department, and I think there is unanimous and full support for protective services at this council. Councillor Steer.
Yeah, I won't take up too much more time on this, except that I concur completely with the Mr. McPherson's comments around how we are getting an incredible bargain for the services that are delivered to this community in this particular area. And I just, as he just commented on the ageism, I just at the ACRD, we just gave out there was a retirement of 2 volunteer fire department people. And the one was for 51 years of service that they had brought, and the other was 35 plus years. So it was an interesting comment on the ageism, but it is very true. We have an incredibly strong department in all aspects. So thank you for those comments, Mr. McPherson, and appreciate bringing those to light.
Did we have one more, Councillor Chalmers? Did I see your hand go up? No, I did not. Okay. We're past 10 o'clock. There's no further comments or questions for Mr. Baker. Ms. Best.
Hello, I'm here just to provide a screenshot of a timer for our break.
Okay. So we're heading to break. I don't think that needs a motion. And we'll see you back here when the timer goes off. If everybody can turn their microphones off to avoid embarrassment.
Hi, Tom. How are you? You look so lonely sitting there.
Well, I don't have my, all I have are the waving leaves.
Oh, you can't see. I got two screens. It's great.
Okay, yeah, no, good. How are you? Long
I'm
time no
good.
see.
I am
That's
good. Yeah.
You got the keys to the door of the
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone's back.
Just like that.
Clicking on. Let's see. Councillor Anderson's back. Who are we missing? No, there's Councillor Thick's back too. And I heard the alarm go off. So let's reconvene, and I'll turn it over to Miss Atiana.
So we will skip over the Community Sustainability Department, and we'll move on to the Manager of Public Spaces, Cultural and Visitor Initiatives. So I will turn it over to April. Go ahead.
Thank you. And good morning, Mayor and Council. Can everyone see my screen? Great. So the overall responsibilities of the department are, of course, the development and maintenance of parks, public spaces, and trails, but also identification, planning, and coordination of visitor-related capital projects, and support for the district cultural programs and projects, including public art, and of course, the Resort Municipality Initiative Program, which is the implementation of projects and programs identified in Tofino's resort development strategy, are the responsibility of the department as well. Some of the operating budget highlights are the Monks Point Park project, which is a joint planning process that was largely on hold during the pandemic due to the challenge with meeting in person, but also due to competing priorities of both councils. Councils, Tla-o-qui-aht and Tofino Council recently met and discussed this project, and there is interest from both sides in restarting those discussions, and it is anticipated that an operational phase of planning will begin in 2022. And so there is an amount budgeted, I'll just advance to the next slide. There is an amount budgeted for that here, $15,000 in consulting to facilitate that process. Just gonna go back. Also, within the highlights for 2022 and 2023 is strategic planning around parks and trails, and that is funded by taxation. I'm going to skip ahead, which you'll see here, some increased expenses. Where am I looking here? Operating expenses. Sorry, those are not on this slide, but I'll talk about that a little bit more in detail further on. And a new resort development strategy will need to be developed in 2022. Right now, the province is reviewing the program, and it's expected that they'll be recommending updates, and we expect to have those instructions for what that new strategy will look like, how long the next term will be in the spring of 2022. Here are the parks consulting and contracts. Sorry, I'm working between two screens here. You'll see this additional increased amount here for a consultant to assist with the development of the recreation, Parks and Trails strategic plan, which will be done in conjunction with the recreation master plan, which is lives under community sustainability. And that's over 2 years here, 2022 and 2023, which is why we see an increase in those expenses. And otherwise, the expenses are fairly consistent from year to year for the operations and maintenance within the department. So getting into projects now, the 2022 free shuttle, this is fully funded by RMI. Actual transit expenses in 2021 were lower, but due to COVID-19, we somewhat reduced the schedule and did not run it into June and September as much as we had initially planned to do. Village Green improvements, this is a project that was previously improved as part of the financial plan, and the budget for this may change as the scope is further refined through the design process in the fall of this year. And this is for improved pedestrian access to the two sport courts and adjacent to the skate park, as well as replacement of fencing and some of the older components of the basketball and tennis courts that are in poor repair. It's the multi-use path redevelopment and sustainable transportation node, and this is the section from Olson Road to Gibson Street. So this is the work that the district was fortunate to receive a tourism dependent communities grant earlier this year, and in the amount of 800,000, 50 of which is allocated for design this year. This work is well underway, and we plan to construct in 2022. Council will have an opportunity to see this design when it's a little bit closer to being complete, and once it's had review by the Ministry of Transportation. MUP rehab is ongoing. Council has probably noticed we've just replaced 2 sections this fall, and next year planning in hopefully the spring to complete the first half of the Hotel's Edge to Tree Frog Lane section, which is now the oldest section and the section in the poorest repair. The budgeted amount for this work has been increased somewhat from what was approved in the 2021 financial plan, and that is because we're now basing it on the 4-meter width for the multi-use path, which is the new provincial standard for multi-use paths. So that budget has gone up somewhat. Theater venue improvements. So this is obviously related to the work that the theater is planning, but is separate from the $80,000 that the manager of corporate services discussed related to making the space and adjacent spaces more functional for district use. This is something that was identified in the resort development strategy through the arts, culture, heritage, and infrastructure project area. And it's specifically identified that investing in improved venue space for cultural activities is a project within the resort development strategy. So this $20,000 would be fully funded by RMI and would be to support the theater's component of that project. Campbell Street Phase 3, so the 50% engineered design for this project received public feedback in the spring. It was revised based on that feedback in early summer. It is currently with the Ministry of Transportation for their review and feedback, which is taking a little longer than hoped, but is required due to the fact that one of the 2 blocks that is proposed to be redeveloped is within the highway right-of-way. And the McElhaney estimate for this project for the full 2 blocks is just over $3 million. Staff has applied for a number of grants for this project. As of today, the project is not yet fully funded. And it's possible that we may be facing this project in order to work within the available budget. So at this point, not something that's planned for 2022. This has been pushed forward to 2023. Parks and Trails strategic plan. So the objective of doing a Parks and Trails strategic plan is to define the direction and priority actions for the community's parks and trails over the next 10 to 15 years. The current Parks and Recreation Management Plan was completed in 2012 and it's badly in need of being revisited. And this will help the district undertake parks, recreation, and trails projects in a more strategic way. As I mentioned earlier during the operating budget overview, Community Sustainability has a related project, which is the Recreation Master Plan. And the idea is that these 2 would be done in tandem. So they'd be likely the same consultant would help us facilitate this project. MUP redevelopment for future years. So this is just a sneak peek ahead of the future years of MUP phases that are to be redeveloped. So the second half of that problematic Hotel's Edge to Tree Frog Lane, and then the last 2 segments, which are not as in poor condition as the Tree Frog Lane section. We continue to look for other grants to support this work, but right now those are all proposed to be funded through Resort Municipality Initiative funding. And that's my last slide. If there's any questions and comments, I will stop sharing my screen.
I'll let you stop sharing your screen, and then
I'm working on it. Somehow I've minimized everything, and so I'm just trying to get back to the right screen here.
I'll give you a sec.
With me, stop share. There we are.
See, there's a couple hands. I'm going to make an initial comment. I love this presentation, I got to say. I just look at all the funds that are coming in through RMI, through grants, and where they're going, and it just makes me extremely excited. So it's lovely to see that our participation in the tourism economy does have its stresses at times, but it also has some benefits, and here we see the great benefits of that. So I'm very excited to see this, and I hope they work, and great work. That's all the comment I have, and now I'm going to turn it over to, I believe, Councillor Anderson and Councillor Steer.
Yeah, it's not specifically on any of the project items, but I was interested to hear more about that funding stream for the MUP at Olson Road, and that was from a BC Tourism Dependent Communities grant or something like that. Is that a new one, and is it going to be an ongoing program? Just want to know more about that.
Thank you. That's a good question. The Tourism Dependent Communities Fund was sort of a late-breaking grant opportunity that came out, I want to say, in early 2021. And it's really aimed at COVID recovery in tourism-dependent communities. And so it was a bit of a one-off, and the district was successful with a funding application for that project. Again, very quick turnaround on these grants, and we chose that project because it was already somewhat shelf ready, which was something that the province was looking for. So I don't believe that will be a grant that we will continue to see. It was a one-off recovery grant.
Thank you.
Councillor Steer, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I will warn you, I had another cup of coffee. So I just wanted to, a general comment and then a direct question. One of the areas that I particularly, in terms of the budget process, is when I look at this particular department and see a large amount of expenditure. And the really neat thing is that almost 100% of it is grant funded. And I think that's an important message in bringing forward in our communications about the budget process, is to highlight the fact that, yes, there are lots of expenditures in the district, but in this department, almost 100% is grant funded. So it's a real credit to the manager of the department. And I think this needs to be communicated clearly to the public in terms of those expenditure ends of things. So that's just the general comment moving forward. I did have a question around the new resort development strategy. And it is going to be a requirement from the province, if I'm correct. And I'm just curious, once again, it's something the province is asking of the municipality. Is there any funding that is associated with providing that extra workload for the department?
Through the chair, in the past, municipalities have been able to use a small portion of their resort development or RMI funding for the development of the new strategy. So we usually have brought in a facilitator to engage with stakeholders and conduct that work, and we are able to recoup some part of that through the program.
Great. And just to follow up on the, once again, on the Parks and Recreation Management Plan, the last one, 2012, and I just want to reiterate how important that is. That document historically was used and was from everyone from the Rec Commission on down as a guiding document, and to have a more robust look at it moving forward, I think is really important. In that not only the creation of it, but then the implementation and having the ability to monitor and to have the checks to make sure that that we are having the follow-up that is in there. So included in that report, obviously those are the factors that are in, but I highly support that moving forward. And then the MUP has always been one of the greatest events, was the MUP fundraiser that we used to have, a great community event. So I don't know how much money it actually raised. I think it was significant, but it was certainly a great community event. And if there's a way of resurrecting that, we'll have to maybe talk to Cindy around the events. But it was a wonderful community event that brought focus to an incredible asset to our community. So thank you, April.
Thank you.
Councillor Steer, what was the name of that? Was it the MUP SOP, or what was it? MUP? Was that what it was back in the day? The MUP SOP. Councillor Thick, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, April, for your presentation. And just, it's always one of the most exciting aspects for me of the budget is just to hear your report and to hear how the money is being spent. So I just want to say great work on, I love your words, the rehab of the MUP and the redevelopment of the MUP. I think it's really wonderful. And I see so many people using it. So I just think that our money is being spent both so well for visitors as well as residents. And so I applaud your pushing forward for that MUP rehab and the redevelopment. And it certainly made a big difference from Jensen's Bay out towards Pac Sounds too. But two other comments. One is just that I echo Councillor Steer's remarks about this Parks and Trails strategic plan. As you've heard before, another trail that just is being used by the hundreds every day is the Tonquin Trail, and I just think that with this, we haven't really put our eyes on that very well for rehab, as you like to call it. And so I just want to say that I hope that before those trails disintegrate into rivers, that we can do some remediation there, even some part of that this winter, because I have pictures of just really the trail has become rivers in many cases. And yeah, so that's one thing. And I guess for the shuttle, my only question is, I would love to see that report to know what the numbers were in order to solidify our recommendation going forward. So I would really like to see some more information about that. And lastly, it's a kind of out of the box question, but I've been paying attention to Tonquin Park in particular, but it's become the main wedding venue in Tofino, it appears to me. I'm sure people could say that about Cox Bay, but I'm concerned about just as we go forward, how do we manage this as the person who's in charge of public spaces, as our Director of Public Works, was able to inform us. It's the privatization of public spaces is becoming more apparent in Tofino. And when you have 4 to 5 weddings a day in one little, this is a municipal park, I think it bears some investigation. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm not saying, do we need to get money? Do we need, what is it that we need to do going forward? Because I don't think, now that people have discovered it, I'm not sure it's going to get less. It's only going to get more. So just a question more than a comment, more of a comment, sorry, than a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I can respond to that somewhat. And I know Tofino is a very popular wedding destination. And certainly we do see at the other beaches as well, Cox Bay and Chesterman, we see brides and grooms sort of any time of year, it seems like, on the beach, and the traffic that goes along with that certainly has an impact. Some communities do have bookable venues, whether it's a gazebo in a park. A little bit more difficult to do something like that with someone like Chesterman or Cox Bay, where it is this large open space, but Tonquin being a little smaller, the platforms, the viewpoints, that type of thing, we certainly could look at trying to make those a bookable space. There is some administration related to that, but some communities do charge, a nominal fee for that sort of thing. I'm sure there will be people that just show up and still have their weddings, but a lot of wedding planners in the community will help work with brides and grooms to bring them into compliance with permitting and that type of thing. So certainly something we can look at going forward.
Yeah, thank you. And the reason I do bring up Tonquin is not only because my eyes are close to that, but it is a designated municipal park. And so I think it does bear it, with affordable housing going to go in adjacent and just the increased use, it bears some special thought, I think. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I do have a question. Councillor Steer.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot, April, I just had a quick question on the shuttle service. With BC Transit projected to start service in September of this year, of 2022, is there any conversation with BC Transit in terms of any form of integration with the free shuttle service that we provide? I don't know where there might be some symbiosis there, but we just had a presentation with a timeline being brought around the September 2022 implementation.
Through the chair, I can respond again somewhat to that. Staff has been in communication with the Alberni-Claycourt Regional District staff who are working with BC Transit to implement that service. I think the free shuttle service is a different service than the service that is being proposed by ACRD and BC Transit. But certainly they complement one another, and I think where there are synergies is largely around the infrastructure that will be installed to support the service. So the new service will require a number of formal bus stops. They have to meet certain standards. And so we are talking about where there may be opportunities to install transit stops that would service both. And of course, schedules, we have to be somewhat coordinated so we don't have two buses showing up to the same location and trying to have a layover or something like that there. But they are very different services in that the summer service is a high frequency service, very locally focused, that is geared at getting our visitors out of their vehicles and reducing the parking and traffic congestion that we experience.
Yeah, thank you. That was the integrated part that I was curious about, because I know they had brought up about the bus stops and where there might be some cost savings between the municipality and the ACRD, where that might be appropriate. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hi, Councillor Anderson, I was going to follow that up. So that was actually part of my question. I have one more comment on transit, and then I'll hand it over to you. Is that okay? Okay. This was my question for you, April, was the same thing, is the synergy between our summer shuttle and BC, or the transit system. And I had a suggestion. Now this is just a suggestion. I've made this to the transit folks, and I've motioned this before, is that since we are running a high frequency shuttle that's being paid for by RMI, and the public transit system is being paid for by taxation, during the high season, it seems to me that in your discussions, and this is just a suggestion, is that the public transit could drop people off and turn around at the visitor center, and that the high frequency shuttle would be able to take people into town and then avoid congestion, and also perhaps reduce the cost a little bit, or at least cover some of that overlap. That was my suggestion. Less buses in town, less things going and working together. But that, a little out of line there for that suggestion, but just something to put it out there in your discussions, if you feel. Councillor Anderson.
I just around the shuttle again, I think it could probably use a little bit more promotion. I don't know if we can coordinate with Tofino Tourism or with the resort specifically. I just think we could do a better job of getting people into town without bringing their vehicles from the resorts and the campground as well. So I don't know if that's something that we need to include in the budget, or if we can work on it separately. But the more successful the shuttle service is, the better management parking in downtown becomes. So.
Thank you. Certainly, we do work with Tourism Tofino closely on shuttle promotion, and I know they did work as well as did our staff with a lot of social media promotion of the service this year. As I had mentioned before, we did see a drop in ridership this year, due, we believe, to just that people still a level of discomfort with being in an enclosed space with other people. So certainly we'll report out on that in a more fulsome way very soon.
Yeah, I'd like to build more of a culture around public and alternative transport to try and meet some of our climate change goals as well. So I think that's part of it. That's all.
Excellent. I think council individuals and as a whole can champion the bus and the MUP and alternative forms of transportation. So I encourage everybody to do that. collectively and individually. Anything else for Ms. Fremont? Councillor Thick.
Just to echo Councillor Anderson's comments, and I think in particular, as you noted, that to do this prior to the summer of 2022, when we understand that there will be parking, there'll be further parking payments needed for the downtown core. So I think your suggestion, Councillor Anderson, is perfectly timed for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fremont. Back to you, Ms. Atiana.
Thank you. So we will move on to the Department of Infrastructure and Public Works. I'll pass it on to Fraser Work.
Thanks, Nyla. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'll take you through my slide deck, which is about 20 or so substantive slides. And as per the previous presentations, I'll stop at the different segments so that there's an opportunity to ask questions that are particular to that subject matter. So just bear with me for 1 minute, please, and I'll get my screen going. Okay, so I'll break down the presentation in segments based on service area, but as a way, by way of introduction, the Engineering and Public Works Division, or Infrastructure and Public Works, as it's called, really does do design, construction, planning, operations, and maintenance across a number of different areas: water, sewer, stormwater, transportation systems, solid waste, facilities and structures, supports and partners with different departments on climate action planning, drives different worker and public safety initiatives, manages and plans for fleet equipment and tools across the district, and is a major player in the asset management, strategy development, and planning and programming in partnership with the other management team members and the other staff members, and as well supports the technical side of all land development decisions that are being led by planning. The presentation today is really divided up into a bespoke first section on pay parking, as it sort of deserves its own spotlight right now based on the level of change and the level of discussion required for that particular new program area. And then more conventionally, I'll move into a public works, which is our sort of general budget area and financial planning area, which covers solid waste and different service areas like drainage and transportation and streets. And then I'll move into the classical kind of utilities, which is water and sewer, before I finalize the presentation today. It is worth noting that overall, if I was to summarize this slide, I would suggest that it's my role as the department head and really trying to lead the department through a series of program delivery initiatives like pay parking, wastewater treatment plant, and very large capital projects. That's one of the first priorities for sure that I'm trying to make sure that we are successful in. The second one is to win the future. And while a bit cliche, the department is not necessarily set up in many areas for us to deliver the services and to meet the needs of the visitors, the residents, and the businesses as Tofino continues to grow and evolve. So a lot of my job is about putting the necessary plans and resources to meet those challenges. And also in the same way is to continue to build our organization out as a professional organization that is ready to meet those challenges, whether that's increasing and growing technical competencies of staff, growing our bench strength so that we can respond to normal operations as well as emergencies, and continue to enter into new program areas where we haven't necessarily had dedicated resources before, which has been started with our introduction of our asset and an engineering project coordinator, but will grow in other areas like transportation, facilities, maintenance, and other service areas as we continue to meet the needs of the community. So I think about my job in some of those terms, and I thought it might be helpful to sort of set the stage with a bit of that commentary before I jump into parking. So as a review for council's consideration and discussion, the intent of the pay parking system was really to improve road user safety, and that's for all users, and also to improve the performance of the parking system. When I first got here, there was, COVID happened, and we were benefited by potentially a little bit of a quieter time as I was starting to learn the ropes. But things got very busy very quickly in the summer of 2020, and it was very clear to me as a new guy here in town that people were very frustrated with the sort of ad hoc nature of lots of the parking, as well as some of the poor parking patterns and behaviors. And there was calls, many calls for increased enforcement, dedicated enforcement to be out and about visually and with violation notebooks in hand to make sure that those problems were corrected and steered towards a better system. We've also understood through those discussions in the summer of last year that we needed to invest in our parking infrastructure and help move things to a more organized and a more sophisticated set of parking hard infrastructure or gray infrastructure, so that the cars went to the zones and the places and the configurations that we were hoping for them to achieve. So we are, I think, making inroads here in this area. Of course, the next proposed way forward for the pay parking initiative after delivering the system in early August of 2021 is to expand that into the downtown. And what I'll do here is share a little bit about the intent there, which will be the first time council has been really presented with some of the thoughts and the way forward and the approaches for the downtown system. We want to also hit on those last three bullets, which I've already touched on the second one, I guess, but we want to, as council just talked about in the last presentation, is by coordinating and controlling the parking system with a bit more rigor, we would hope to increase and support a transition to more sustainable mobility choices. And as we continue to introduce more mobility options like transit, increased amenities like the MUP that continually improve, we hope to attract people away from their cars and onto their bikes and onto different things. And we're being helped along, of course, by new technology and the affordability of electric bicycles and electric mobility options. And of course, we're generating revenues. The mayor has already mentioned this earlier in the presentation today about allocation. I'll touch on that today. I'll throw some slides up in front of you, and then I'll ask you to hold as Nyla will walk council through some considerations about the surplus and the allocation and the management of those revenues moving forward. So for the highlights for 2022, we're recommending as a staff group to council, which will be subject to much more planning and dedicated reporting, to expand the pay parking system to the downtown, with the initial phases to be along Campbell Street as the spine, with the ribs of that spine being 1st to 4th between Main and Neil. There is room, of course, to expand that more fulsomely across the downtown network of streets in future years. But at this stage, staff believe, and with inputs from the consultants, that starting along Campbell with the ribs of those streets and those blocks make the most sense, are in the highest demand, and often require the most amount of control and coordination and enforcement. We are at this time recommending that we would have this apply to seasonal only pay parking, and many other considerations for the design of this system and how that applies to different users will be subject to planning and discussions with council, which I'm sure will start substantively today's discussion. So the intent would be to, if council supports these general approaches and through some more discussion today, we would be in a position to go back and continue our analyses and return to council with dedicated reports if this was supportable from a financial planning perspective. I'll show some of the finances here in a second, and I'll also just highlight that the 2022 budget also includes the first bullet on this slide, which is the continued enhancement and refinement of the beach pay parking system. And in this stage, we're recommending a series of investments through the plan, and notably just one more pay station at the sort of Middle Chesterman area, which is obviously the furthest from any pay station in the system because of the pay stations that are at North and South Chesterman beach surface lots. Councillors would remember when we first talked about the debate around having pay stations when we also introduced online or digital application payment systems, which are convenient for users with smartphone technologies. But due to ongoing issues and challenges with cell service, we feel at this stage that it's prudent to retain the units that we've put in the sort of out locations like Helson and Tonquin Park Road, and also to include an additional one here at the Middle Chesterman location. The current plan includes 12 pay stations for this downtown network, which seems a bit high and is going to be subject to a bit more refinement. Of course, we rely on the technical inputs and recommendations from the parking professionals when it comes to this type of thing, noting that any installation has associated costs to introduce that system in the public realm, but also to maintain it moving forward and to service it with power and internet. If I was to review the budgets, which are more detailed in the financial plan Excel document, what we've done here is sorry, my phone's ringing and it's my landline. I don't know how to turn it off, but what we have here is a set of revenues and expenses that are separated in the new GL segments, which have been allocated to the different parking systems. So in this case, we're recommending that we differentiate between 3 different pay parking systems in the district just for the first few years, which is the beaches, the downtown streets or on street, and then the lots at the municipal hall, which are surface lots, all of which behave a little bit differently. And in my mind, from a project perspective, deserve their own dedicated space here in the financial plan. Right now, we're looking at revenues based on the current projections, and I would caveat strongly that our current projections are built on only a couple of months of intelligence. And we've been planning with Robbins based on their sort of visitor occupancy assessments of parking patterns. And we continue to refine these numbers, and we're being a little bit conservative in areas where we believe that that's prudent, but these are all subject to every month of learning that we achieve through the beach parking system to make sure that we don't overestimate or don't underestimate, but we come up with a prudent and defensible set of expectations or forecasted numbers. The expenses are also allocated by location or parking zones, which is muni lots, beaches, and streets. And those all share a certain proportion of the Robbins contracted costs, which is the main cost to support the pay parking system, which of course is more than just enforcement, as council knows and would remember from some of my previous presentations. It includes dispute resolution management services. It includes data management services, all the financial and payment transaction services, as well as professional services associated with our contract. So the good news with this introduction of downtown on-street parking is that we can largely accomplish that within the current contracted costs. So what we've done here is apportioned the monthly costs to the service provider between the 3 lots based on occupancy, forecasted occupancy data, and proportions of enforcement time, as well as time and draw on the system. But the point I'm trying to make is we don't expect to incur significant additional costs with the introduction of the downtown streets. We will, of course, incur the costs for the infrastructure to set up the system properly to make sure that we can actually introduce it. But as far as the Robbins contracted costs, we don't expect those to grow significantly through the introduction expansion in the downtown. So what we see here is revenues that outstrip expenses, and we would see that in future years, we have revenues in some cases that are increasing, and they have associated proportions of costs with them because we obviously pay 5.5% on total revenues as part of our contract, which is fairly common in the marketplace with these types of contracts and is consistent with the responses that we got when we went out for market responses through the RFP process. So this slide here is a bit of a teaser for council, as I've asked council to maybe pause on some of the questions with respect to the allocations of revenues as they pertain to the pay parking system. But what we would see here is our current forecasted transfers to a reserve based on our numbers that we have today, which we continue to refine almost on a sort of more frequent than a quarterly basis between finance and the engineers. So I know Nyla wants to walk council through some considerations about how this has to be governed and set up properly, and also what the options might be. So I would before I jump onto my question slide, I think it's probably best that council holds the questions as far as the allocation of monies that this slide really refers to for Nyla's presentation. So that's my parking and that's my parking component. So what I'll do is I'll stop sharing. I'll go back to the tile screen as the other managers have done, so that we might be able to have that sort of more fulsome discussion about the pay parking system. And then I'll jump into my public works portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Work. I have a question, but I'll go to Council first. Councillor Steer.
Thank you, Mr. Work. One comment and then one question. With the pay parking system moving to the downtown, the next phase, we just had a council to council meeting, and one of the big issues that was brought forward in that, one of the top issues was parking for the nations, and specifically TFM, but I do know it applies to the other offshore community in our area. And I'm wondering if, I would suggest, or maybe I'm wondering if those nations would be included in those conversations in the planning process for the downtown parking implementation in I believe it's next year. And then the actual question is in regards to the contract. You touched on it briefly with Robbins and for the downtown parking. Would that contract look any different, because they will be adding another layer of work to their load? And I'm just wondering if that changes the contract moving forward, or you did talk about that it might be inclusive within the present contract to extend that service to the downtown.
Thanks, Councillor Steer. Through the mayor, the engagement with the First Nations about the downtown parking has occurred on a limited basis, but has occurred in 2021, preceding the beach pay parking system. And we have received even recent commentary from the First Nations community representatives that seek to have potentially an even more enhanced convenience with respect to the registration process for the annual permits, that kind of thing. We noted early through discussions with First Nations that some of the sensitivities around any changes to the downtown parking were, of course, a concern if they impacted the convenience and the overall performance of the offshore permitted parking system. As staff has indicated to council before, we understand that whatever we do in the downtown has to be done very thoughtfully and in partnership with the First Nations with respect to the offshore permit parking as well as parking overall. And we're definitely ripe for more conversations as we move forward in this process to understand where we can introduce value and benefits even without pay parking changes, and then looking forward to pay parking and how that has to be done thoughtfully and mindfully to make sure that we provide value and avoid inconveniences or negative impacts wherever possible. The current setup here proposed by staff at this stage, like I said, would include Campbell Street and then the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th between Main and Neil Streets. For the most part, that's not necessarily that risky with respect to the removal or the reconfiguration of offshore parking permits. Most notable changes would likely be Campbell Street from 1st to the Duffin Cove, and also some of the First Street stuff flanking, on the edges of the post office, Neil Street, and down towards the First Street dock, all of which has to be really carefully considered. So as part of the pay parking planning process and the commitments that we made in 2020, engagement with First Nations on a more detailed, more intimate basis about pay parking was required to start occurring more meaningfully in the 2021 program. So we still have some work to do in that regard to enter back into conversations about how to do that well. So at this stage, the commitment is there, the direction from council is there, and we just have to execute on that. Somewhat disadvantaged by the fact that I never did yet get my manager, and we've had to augment for staff supports in other areas to move some of these programs forward. So there's some challenges there from a resource basis, but we do have to meet our due diligence requirements and mandate to move forward on that engagement piece, and we will do that. The second question, geez, what was this? The second question was, apologies, I just lost it.
It's okay. Yeah, it was just around the contract with Robbins in terms of the expansion of the service to the downtown, and if that would be inclusive in the contract or sort of negotiation of the contract.
Thank you, Councillor Steer, and my notes failed me there. The contract included a provision for possible future expansion without commitment. and we also have a fairly flexible clauses for change in our contract with applicable warning dates and stuff like that. So I'm confident that we can affect those types of changes with Robbins, and we had meetings yesterday talking about these types of changes, and I believe that we have the administrative vehicles to make that move very, very slick and without too much difficulty. So, and again, and as a risk, from a risk perspective, without introducing new costs or upsets that we weren't necessarily planning for. So I feel confident that we can move forward with flexibility without any impact.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I had echo the questions around consultation with the TFN particularly, and all the, I guess we call them offshore users. So some of those questions are answered there. I'm wondering, as we develop in the downtown parking program, if any particular consultation or effort needs to be made with businesses that do provide parking, and I guess particularly the co-op may see some parkers starting to park there more long term, and I'm wondering if consultation is needed there as well. And maybe we'll just I'll let you answer that, but I have sort of a follow-up on that too.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Through the mayor, the consultation components of the project have been incorporated in our 2022 project plans, and we've introduced some funds to support the level of consultation required, drawing on the lessons that we learned from the Beach Pay Parking Initiative. It's quite a bit different, as you point out, that the consultation for the downtown includes different perspectives with different users and different business needs and that kind of thing. So the consultation requirements there are going to be quite heavy, especially at the front end, to make sure that we get that right. Talking with the adjacent property owners and understanding their parking systems and how that would integrate with our parking systems, and the whack-a-mole reality that is parking, and making sure that we don't make a move that unintentionally consequences or impacts another user. So we'll have to be very careful here. The consultation and these types of integrated problem solvings along the interface always take a fairly heavy or disproportionate amount of resources to affect. So we have to be thoughtful and mindful of that going forward. I know we're not talking about staffing today, but I would just note that in order for us to do the introduction of the pay parking system well, to manage our roads and our streets and enforcement and liaison across bylaw and Robbins and contracts and different things like that, the management of transportation safety and transportation efficiency is a daily full-time job in Tofino, even without downtown parking. So I would just raise that flag a little bit for council's consideration as we move forward. And I would say that a mistake I don't want to repeat again in 2022 is to try to pull this off without adequate resources. It can dilute the quality of the outcomes. It can also draw an impact on different staff members that are trying to support in negative ways that are a little bit intangible. But for health and well-being and harmony and actually a quality product at the end, we want to make sure that we have the right resources. The good news is pay parking comes with some pretty reasonable resources, as a byproduct of the system, and as we seek that safety and efficiency. So that's my kind of warts and all response to that one. But I kind of segued on your question, Councillor Anderson. The requirement to engage with the neighboring businesses and the different stakeholders along that spine and along the ribs is paramount for sure.
Yeah, and then I guess my follow-up on that is that there's residents in the downtown that provide no parking. There's businesses that have, I guess, co-opted public land to some extent to call their own parking, even posted that it's parking for only their business. I think those are some of the areas that are going to be particularly problematic in moving forward. I don't know how we're going to deal with that, but And also there has been over the years businesses that have been to meet their parking requirements have provided parking off the alleys, and then they don't necessarily utilize that parking in such a way that that gets people off the street so much, and in some cases some of that parking has been infilled with other uses. So the downtown has sort of over the years gathered a whole bunch of uses of public land that by businesses particularly, but it's developed into a sort of a sense of ownership of those uses on public land. So I think that's going to be difficult to move beyond, and I'm hoping that we can find a way through all that. So yeah, that's just sort of a heads up. I don't think you'll have an answer other than we hope to consult with them more, but that's I'm just raising that issue. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson, and through the mayor, if I may just add a comment on that. I think it's important. I think it's my responsibility just to maybe emphasize the point that Councillor Anderson raises, that the issues of a loss of convenience is an assured part of the project delivery of downtown paid parking. That being said, it comes with a whole bunch of benefits that we seek. So I would say that I would hope to set some expectations with council that we will see certain users that lose convenience in effort to promote paid parking in the downtown along these streets that will be unhappy about that loss. We hope to be able to find different options and alternatives and mitigations so that we feel that there's a reasonable set of alternatives that people can draw from. And we hope to not have unintended consequences wherever possible. In my experience in the parking game, it's a hot emotional space that really does butt up against people's personal convenience and their own business interests and their own personal interests. And in some cases, there needs to be a really thoughtful kind of commentary from the get-go about why are we doing this, what are we trying to achieve, and how is this approach better than potentially this other approach. So the engagement part is really important. I feel like there will be a report when I'm back in front of council during the rollout or the implementation, or just in advance of that, where we're going to have to make some hard decisions about these types of matters with respect to frontages on certain roads and certain segments of roadway. Also to note that it's interesting that a lot of business owners don't necessarily understand, and nor should they, how people come or arrive at their business. And having healthy parking turnover on the street right out in front of your boutique, your restaurant, your store, your service can be a very good thing for business that is sometimes hard to prove or sometimes hard to show. But in my experience, it's very clear. So those are some of the messages that I'll be wanting to speak through with the different business owners, the different property owners, and the different stakeholders, that this can come with a significant business boost if we do it well. And we should have that in our sights as far as an outcome we wish to seek.
Excellent. Councillor Thick. Then I have a comment.
Just to be brief, but I just wanted to say kudos on the rollout of all of this. And I'm sure there's many hidden things going on that we don't know all about, but I just, from what I hear, people are very, very pleased with how this has unfolded. And so just wanted to say that publicly, that it's been very, very good from the residents and visitors that I've spoken to. And a question was, in the one line about expenses, it was around 560K. I just wondered, since we last talked, is there anything that has come up that is been surprising to you in terms of expenses? Have we had any damage done to any of our machines or any of the infrastructure that supports the parking? It wasn't really broken down, and that's fine. I just wondered, was there anything that was surprising to you that you didn't expect, or was there greater expenses than we anticipated? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thick. Through the mayor. The expenses vary from signs and bollards and paint and asphalt all the way to pay stations and the Robbins contract. So it's really a mix of operational service provision as well as infrastructure costs. Have I been surprised? Yes, there was one night where some business assets unrelated to the district were damaged at the same time as a couple of kiosks were vandalized. And I don't like to say too much details because I don't want any copycatting around or to encourage, but we were able to recover from that quite quickly through Robin's maintenance staff person that's on the ground. That's also one of the enforcement drivers, and the ambassador. He's very skilled when it comes to getting things back in service again. We've had a couple of signs that have started the night like this and ended the night like that, and maybe just inadvertent accidents, that kind of thing. But I've been very impressed, I would say, by both the residents and the visiting public when it comes to taking a bit more care and attention when sort of asked by signs and by new changes and new infrastructure, that kind of thing. And I think that overall we're very happy with the level of compliance that we're seeing when it comes to violations versus just users. Very, very high levels of compliance, potentially higher than many other systems on the island, whether you compare it to ferries, Nanaimo, different VHA or universities, sort of Robbins-led parking systems. And I continue to hear positive feedback about people liking that it's more organized, it's better enforced, and it's sort of working a little bit better. We have some work to do there. You've been to Lynn and Chessman Road during the fall season and the bigger waves. There's still a lot of people parking out there instead of over there. And I've got to get some paint on the road, and we've had some issues with service providers and running out of paint in North America and various other little challenges. So Councillor Thick mentioned the minutia is there. I would make a comment. I know there's public going to watch, and I think a lot of stakeholders are interested in paid parking, especially people in our community that want to make sure that it's easy and it makes sense and it works. And when we look at the rollout of the downtown, there's going to be new and different concerns and considerations about that, and residents are going to have lots of questions, and we don't yet have all of the plans and answers. That'll be subject and come in dedicated parking reports that are really trying to drill down in the detail that's required, so that council and the public have the assurance that this is going to be a well devised and well implemented solution. So we have to answer questions about how does it work for residents during the summer? Do they pay for parking, or is that somewhat related to the permit, or is there first half hour free, or are there other things that happen? Because we can tune the variables on the parking system with respect to time, parking restrictions by space or by place, and vehicle types and that kind of thing. So we will want to optimize across those different variables. We will want to optimize the convenience, and we will want to take special care of the residents in our community to make sure that the system provides much more benefits than it does detriments or inconveniences. So I want to give the public and council a little bit of assurance that there's many details that have to be sorted out within the paid parking system and its expansion in the downtown. And we want to do so in a way that continues on a track record of support and endorsement across council and the community. So that's something that I think is really important, and to make sure that we come back like we've committed to council to talk about the overnight restrictions and revisiting some of those things for Lynn and Chessman Road and the surrounding beach locations, and that we follow that with a good rhythm of reports and presentations to council for consideration about the details about how will this thing work and will it work well. So anyway, a bit of a soapboxy comment there, but I hope that provides council with some assurances that they would wish to see.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Work, this is a huge project to plan and implement, and you've done an excellent job. I did have one question about revenue before I have a comment, and that is, it looks like in 2023, the beach pay parking revenue jumped substantially and then stays there at a sustained level. And I just wondered what do you foresee as the difference between 2022 and 2023 that would have that jump?
I was just on the phone with finance talking about that one, and we basically forecasted all the different locations, and we see some expansion possible at the beach locations at Maltby, and with a higher level of organization and setup on the configuration of Maltby. Everyone, you turn the corner off the highway at Maltby, and you start with kind of an unhappy feeling in your stomach about the disorganization and these kind of like cul-de-sac-y sort of gravelly plots and parking in every direction and ad hocery. And then you get a little bit more satisfied as you get towards Braden, and then you look one way and you kind of go eek, and you look the other way and kind of go So all of that is to suggest that there's quite a bit of work in there to organize and get that set up, which increases capacity in many respects, and increases our revenues. We also hope to see that with some of our increased busyness and our visitor rates that continue to climb, that happens mostly at the beaches. So some of our forecasting takes that into consideration. Also, with increased revenue comes that increased expense, because we pay a proportion of our contract revenues back to Robbins as our 5.5% of our earnings. So you'll see that corresponding expense going with any ups in our revenues. So right now, like I said, we continue to look at those and test our assumptions, and we have an interesting arrangement too at the beaches, Maltby area, where we have a shared contract with the neighboring property for the parking that they allow on their doorstep, but that they benefit from our infrastructure and our systems in place. So we're still fine tuning on that, and that's another expense that will go out the door to pay those people for the footprint that they provide the systems.
Super. I got a little bit of an echo here. I do have a comment, so I'm just going to go shut this door over here where Councillor Steer is, and then just a moment. It's supposed to be one of the most annoying things is to have a sound delay. So the same thing twice. Yeah, I know. I just have a comment about downtown pay parking, and I think you've pretty much noted it all. And I just want to reiterate that I do see it as far more complex to plan and implement than the beaches would be, and the cost is higher, and perhaps some of the rewards are less, at least in revenue anyway. But so I just wanted to encourage you that. To take time and it's I'm not sure if 2022 is a hard start, but just to encourage you to take time and be as thorough and as careful as possible. And I think one of the reasons that pay parking went so smoothly overall was that it had very little impact on residents' experience generally, not to minimize the residents who had a great impact on their life. But so I just want to encourage you in that and say well done. Any other comments for Mr. Work?
All right, with council's permission, Nyla, would you like me to press on, or how do we, I know we're getting close to the lunch break, so I just wanted to flag that for consideration before I jump into my next section. What's preferred? Go for it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. I'll go back to sharing my screen. And I should be on my public works title slide, which is there, and then into some highlights before jumping into operational budget overviews and some of the project sheet summaries, which will take me through a lot of the general kind of areas that aren't covered in the specific utilities. So overall, from a public works perspective, we're seeing a few things that are pressuring us financially. We're making more water and we're pumping more fluids, and with that comes chemical costs and different operations and maintenance needs. So we see a forced growth and an escalation in all of our areas, not just the utilities, but also in the maintenance of our facilities, which is covered in the public works section. Whether that's public facilities, the wear and tear on systems, and the increased consumables. sometimes an interesting proxy for how busy we are is dog poo bag consumption use for the District of Tofino, but not necessarily the Tourism Tofino using that one yet for a health metric. So we are seeing some pressures there. We of course are introducing a set of new asset management initiatives, and we have some other fees that continue to raise in other areas exemplified in the last bullet. The other, just I guess before I leave that one, this also includes safety and consultants and different and facility supports to buildings. So we are seeing some increased needs there to make sure that we husband those different systems appropriately. So the revenues are really a factor of transfers in. Public Works doesn't make a lot of money in these areas, so we transfer revenues in. So this slide really depicts those transfers for the most part, where we do of course receive some fees for development types of work. And overall, we're a net expense here in Public Works, and that is driven mainly by salaries and wages. And then some highlights through here is of course our contributions to our DCC works and the maintenance and management of the infrastructure that we here have at Public Works Yard, as well as the facilities and the different outstations across the public realm that we maintain and manage and own. Fleet and equipment replacement projects, which I'll talk about on its own slide, as well as sidewalks and streets and drainage. And we see washrooms, garbage, and then the ongoing sort of maintenance of the stump dump site, which adds a reasonable total to that sum of $1.5 million from taxation, which is a significant overall portion of the district's costs in the taxation category, as finance reviewed at the beginning of today's presentation set. The project slides that are allocated under the Public Works banner start here with in council's deck that they have, which is the zero waste bin, and this particular line item is really just for upkeep and replacement of existing, with a few, maybe one or two additions as required in the public realm, based on the different patterns of behavior. As council knows, we can sometimes access some RMI funding when it comes to bins, and staff have been very supportive of those areas. We work together with April's group on those types of things, but we do see the need for new dog bins in certain areas, and the bear proof bins that we do use are not cheap, upwards of about $4,000 for those. And when we have them, when they do get damaged and they do need to be replaced, those are real costs that are being looked at as a standing item here on the zero waste bins sheet. And there's another zero waste sheet, which I'll talk about a little bit later, which is more on the new program side. What I've done here is propose the addition of some resources and allocated through DCCs to support priority sidewalk construction projects that would be identified through the now underway condition assessment and gap assessment and review of the district's sidewalks. So in 2021, I'll be able to return to council with a report that talks about the condition assessments of roads and sidewalks and a proposed way forward. And what we've done here is earmarked a certain set of funds to allow us to move forward in 2022 with priority renewal or introduction or a new sidewalks if that's the most pressing need, and move forward with those without delay. But council will of course be informed by which ones and why those would be the recommendations of staff, and we'll be able to discuss that in more detail. In many cases, we look at the overall priority based on condition and based on the level of service that particular sidewalk would provide. And then we also put it through a lens of what makes sense to replace, because we're going to be in the ground or around the ground in that location. We may want to advance a project ahead in time because we wouldn't want to go back in there and have rework costs or some costs with respect to doing construction or capital improvement projects within a zone back to back. So just for council's own awareness as we move forward with this discussion in the next several months. The LED streetlight program was earmarked when I first got here for both an engineering review and a design, followed in the next year by the LED replacements themselves. I've pushed this out by 1 year based on resource considerations and constraints. BC Hydro should be affecting their lamp standards to the new LED condition in 2022, and we would be following on their project the year after. So next year would be a planning and a design year. And I would also inform council that the replacement of the LED streetlights comes with a benefit of about 55% energy savings on the streetlights, which we currently on an annual basis spend about $23,000 a year. So the simple payback on LED streetlight replacements is a good one. And it makes sense for a lot of reasons. It also in Tofino has an interesting corollary benefit of freeing up electrons, which in our part of the island, reducing our draw on the system, especially in the winter months when heating loads and electric heating loads are the greatest, can be a real benefit for us as far as an overall system capacity perspective. The asset management has two slides, the spreadsheet and then the overview slide. It shows a overall program budget of $147,500 that's spread out over a few years, which we'll see in the next table, and is funded by the utilities and some taxation resources that are noted in the slide. And it really does situate or allocate funds to the development of program as well as specific initiatives related to different asset groups. And I'll talk about those here in this slide, which shows a front-end loaded program for more detailed planning in 2022, which includes the final stages of the capital replacement plan for roads and sidewalks. It also looks at the infiltration and inflow study for our sewer, which is timely to be done as soon as possible and in advance of the delivery of the wastewater treatment plant so that we can make changes and reduce that burden on the system, which is essentially directing rainwater to our sewage treatment plant, which we want to avoid as much as humanly possible. Drainage requires a little bit more of a high-level holistic plan to make sure that we're stepping through on a yearly basis the required improvements. We're doing stopgap improvements all the time. This year, most notably, 3rd and Gibson and 4th and Gibson drainage projects, which are about to be awarded on contract for introduction this fall. And we'll take away some of those temporary repairs like sandbags and things like that we have in place to mitigate any residential flooding, private property damage. The water system will continue with its master planning initiatives, which is underway right now. And I can speak in more detail to that as council wishes. And we will continue with facility condition assessments, 2 of which are underway right now at Fire Hall and Municipal Hall, and Public Works will follow. And a capital replacement plan will be designed, which is very important for us so that we can assess the future facilities needs against the current facilities needs and understand what a good plan looks like once we have that intelligence in our hands. This year includes a fleet management plan, which is part of the 2021 budget, which was referenced earlier in council's discussions. And we also have to follow on our parking implementation with more of a strategy on how to upkeep and maintain it moving forward in the next several years, which is allocated there under my particular service areas. Parks and Trails is also noted as on the asset management portfolio. Climate action planning is underway right now with a partnered approach between planning and engineering, where we're looking at the full suite of climate adaptation risks that apply to our communities and how we may wish to mitigate those risks in the future. Lots of really thorough and impressive work has been done already by the planning department on flood mitigation, flood and emergency preparedness, inundation, and we are very rich with knowledge and understanding of those types of risks. Some of the other risks that we want to start to quantify and we want to start to build mitigation plans around that are going to be as important for a public asset owner as they are for a private asset owner, which is going to include a little bit more rigor around increased storm hardening and preparations, be it wind and severe rainfall, so frequency and volume. And tomorrow we're going to get a little introductory class in 2021's fall season with 120 mils of rain or so in about 24 hours. We want to know how that's going to manifest over the next decade so that we can understand what information do different property owners and different asset owners need so that they can make the necessary preparations long-term and short-term. We have other areas where we're going to see biodiversity loss in aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems. We're going to see ecological systems that will start to fail or potentially be negatively impacted that we definitely need to plan for in our policies and our plans. And private property owners are going to have to plan for that in their own personal portfolios. We have sea level rise, and we have that, understanding, like I said, about flood levels and inundation, but we want to understand more about coastal erosion, and we want to understand how that's going to manifest here in our neck of the woods. So right now we're focusing on the adaptation, and this, to bring us back to the slide in front of us, is for the climate modeling for how much GHG burden do we carry as a community, and how much do we demand as a community from basically virtual or imported greenhouse gases, and what does that mean for us to mitigate our greenhouse gases moving forward in the future, and how would that inform a strategy for us to get to net zero at the right time. The second zero waste program slide I had was for new zero waste programs, which includes the composting program and the new roadside collection services introduced by the ACRD in 2022, planned with the new composting facility at the landfill. Those projects are moving forward, and I have some due diligence to catch up on, as I missed the last regional planning meeting on this one based on unavailability. But the last two bullet items there are will potentially go away, depending on how the next conversations and council's wishes unfold. The last one, which is the public realm compost bins, is subject to a lot more planning and discussion with ACRD about how we want to do public realm composting, what's safe and sound on public realm composting, and how does that integrate with their planning and their service delivery model. So we may see that as the budget planning matures, that 40,000 goes away or changes drastically. The 15,000 was earmarked in 2020 as a planning item in case we wanted to get on top of what is still a major problem, where we are taking single-use food takeaway containers and basically using them and putting them in the landfill here, which is taking up room capacity and removing our future capacity. Parts of the earliest discussions with Surfrider and different stakeholders with that a reusable takeaway pilot could include bins that are reusable containers were then disposed with a refund and then collected by a service provider and washed and then reintroduced in the kitchens of Tofino. This is potentially not the way forward. It may end up being a very small trial with just signed on businesses that take the containers back only at their business locations, which would remove footprint of infrastructure in the public realm and may remove the requirement for us to spend any money. So I had a short discussion with Surfrider yesterday, and we'll continue those discussions to see how, as a municipality, we can support those, and that would be subject to more reporting and discrete discussions with council on the as initiative specific. The staff are recommending that we essentially get into a rhythm of allocating funds to support the installation of EV chargers on district property at the rate of about 2 to 3 per year, depending on how much the hydro costs are for the specific locations and how prices come down on EV chargers and what subsidies or different incentive programs that we might be able to access either through hydro or the government. We're basically recommending at this stage that we earmark some funds to allow us to go forward. We're stalled a little bit on the activation of this year's allocated funds because hydro has told us that we can't actually turn those on until they complete their upgrade at the late part of 2022. So while we're still recommending that we earmark funds for this, we are somewhat beholden to the hydro timelines before we can start turning these things on. But I think as we see more and more electric vehicles coming to Tofino with visitors and more residents picking up electric vehicles, that having the right level of capability in the public realm is going to be really important. Cyclist and pedestrian safety upgrades are recommended to continue at a rhythm of about 50,000 in 2022. This is essentially continuing the concrete dividers that have been installed along the TRM frontage to Olson Road, some of which will be replaced by more fulsome long-term designs as April briefed before. The concrete dividers provide a much burlier separation, physical protection to the pedestrians and cyclists that are on the MUP. And we have several left to continue on introducing these in the areas that they're most needed, both on the downtown side of the TRM and also towards Co-op Gas in the areas where we currently see the yellow wheel stops in place there. It's also important to note to council that a lot of the installations of these, as well as the intention to continue with temporary sidewalks in certain locations connecting Nielsen to Gateway and the Gibson Street crosswalk, are all in continuous planning and set of approvals with MOTI for the Campbell Street designs and the Campbell Street implementation. So I'm a bit slowed down by some of those necessary planning elements and approvals. And I'll continue to work with MOTI in order to keep implementing and keep putting these things in the ground so that our most vulnerable road users are protected to a higher standard. Culvert and drainage replacement I mentioned earlier is before I got here, we didn't have very much money set aside for replacing old failed culverts, which lead to local flooding. Can lead to local flooding, and to make sure that we have funds set aside for priority replacements, which was related to the asset management planning, and then this is on the capital planning side, funded from C&I levy. Fleet replacement, we've earmarked three priority replacements and some maintenance for next year's public works fleet group. We have a 1992 Holland's Bobcat or skid steer, which is just on its way back from Eric Larson, having been given an upset repair bill and a next year replacement. I'm not sure that I can actually do the repairs that we need to right now. I think we might have to talk about some other contingency plans, but the skid steer is extremely important daily equipment that is used for all kinds of different stuff, and it's one of the most versatile pieces of equipment we have. So, and they're not cheap. So we want to replace that next year. We need to replace that next year. And we always have a sort of rotating set of vehicles that have been run very, very hard when it comes to service provision in the solid waste arena and the daily labor and facilities arena, which is the Ram pickup. The Kubota tractor mower is a bit of a beast and not necessarily the most emissions friendly unit on the street. And we want to replace that with the newer electric variants that are coming online, as long as we can get the fit for purpose unit, which we have to just confirm a few performance specs, but it looks like they're more affordable than ever now. And we may have that option. And then we have to do some trailer repair and refurbishments to make sure that we can still move our big gear when towed behind another vehicle without any safety issues or concerns. Road design is a similar look and feel to what I said before about sidewalks. We have a pending placeholder here in the budget right now, where the commitment, of course, was made and council made a request for earlier rather than later report back on this particular line item, because it's so important as an information to have in the budgeting process, because costs can be quite significant when it comes to road rehabilitation. We're on contract right now to provide the full condition assessment and prioritization of all of our roads and sidewalks, and the site visits will be happening in the next 10 days. And the assessments will be done by a reputable transportation engineering and planning firm. And we will be in a position to come back to council shortly to say what are the priority roads, which of course is related to the ongoing consideration of Mackenzie Beach Road and where it sits on the overall priority system. And this will be compared against other roads like Lynn and Chesterman, which are also out for design work and future public consultation before the end of 2021. And that is my public works, which in many respects is kind of the largest section, I think. So I'll do the same again. I'll stop sharing and then we'll enter into a question period on just this segment of my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Great. We already have a hand up. If other people want to put their computer hand up, it'll help me keep track if there's many. Other than that, Councillor Steer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Works. It always reminds me through the budget process of the scope of the services delivered by infrastructure and public works, and it can be somewhat overwhelming when you think about it in context, the diversity of services that your department does deliver to the community, and I thank you for that. Just a quick question and maybe a comment on the zero waste program, and I know through the ACRD and specifically on the composting area where they're rolling out phase 1 in Port Alberni right now, and there may be some cost savings by consultation with them as the things that have gone right and things have gone wrong in that implementation process. And I know that's going to be rolling out here in on the West Coast in the next year or so. So that was just a quick comment. And I was curious, the EV chargers, are those, would those, well, I guess that's a council discussion anyways, the funds, potential funds for that, if that might be something considered through the parking revenues that could be coming forward. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Steer, through the mayor. I believe at this stage, staff were preparing to identify the EV chargers as a classic parking related cost that would potentially be part of those allocation considerations going forward. They've noted as fees and charges here, which could include, of course, parking.
Super. This is a huge portfolio. Well done managing. I have a question for you. If there's no other questions, I don't see any other hands up. The climate action plan that you're requesting, I think it's 165 or 164. Is that only for district owned or controlled assets, or is that for community wide assets? Like, would that include, looking at the carbon footprint of our industry?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Law. Both the adaptation and the mitigation assessments.
Do you mind if I do it on tidy? Oh no, never mind.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's my stuff. Hi, Robin.
Sorry, she was going to do some cleaning here.
If I was to wish for any questions, that would be the one. Sorry, back to your question, Mayor Law. So the climate mitigation assessment is going to assess greenhouse gas productions for both corporate and community sources. So it will assess and work with the different stakeholders like hoteliers and industry, different businesses, and there'll be an assessment. And that's a very common approach, which is corporate and community emissions. And the adaptations stuff that we're working on, the identification and the quantifications of risk will be framed in a way that's about corporate risks and about community risks. So we want to make sure that we're in a position, if we do this right, that we can put really important and really accurate information in the hands of anyone in the community, so that they can make important considerations about how to move forward. So it's going to be very important for us to inform plans, policies, and projects for corporate District of Tofino. And it's going to be, I hope, very important for any business owner or any property owner or any stakeholder in community to understand how those have been quantified, how those have been measured, and what it means for them as a stakeholder in our community.
It's great. I think it's extremely important data and information going forward. Another question, you did say that you'd be happy to chat about the ongoing water. I just got a note here. The district water master plan. How is that going?
It's moving, and it's much slower than I would hope for a couple of reasons, some of which are my fault, some of which aren't. Just to give council a bit of a highlight, because we haven't had a chance to dialogue on this in any detail in some time, and I think we may. I think the CAO and myself have talked, and I know council has raised some commentary in the past about getting together and talk about this more meaningfully, so that we can share expectations and share plans and considerations. So if I was to break it down for council, I would say that the water master planning process starts with a renewed assessment and understanding of the physical or hydraulic water system. So the assessment of the physical water system. Can a pipe deliver the flow and pressure over there and over there as it's currently configured? And can the system provide enough water to service all of those needs and all the connections? So that right now is being done with support from Coors and Associates, which has historically been the engineer of record for the water system planning for the District of Tofino. What comes next is a synthesis of everything that's ever happened or ever been looked at on the Tofino's water system, which takes cues from about 18, I think, previous engineering consultant reports between the 80s and now, and several recent reports, 2013 and more recent, that talk about infrastructure priorities and talk about different growth scenarios and different things. And that is underway right now with a separate engineering consulting group to synthesize all that stuff into how did we get to where we're at and where are we at right now. Then we have to kind of run it through the filter of how are we set up for success across water storage, water distribution, water treatment, water telemetry, water dams, water tanks, water training, water everything related, which is both infrastructure, operations and capability, training and documentation and all that kind of stuff. And it really assesses our capabilities and our limitations. And then from that, we're able to say, okay, well, where do we want to be and who do we want to be when we grow up when it comes to water, and what does that mean? So tanks, treatment, storage, water mains, water lines, expansion, all that kind of stuff. That's the classic asset management planning portfolio, which identifies risks and considerations around how we need to expand or grow or renew. And then also, how do we staff properly? How do we train properly? How do we get going? And the good news is, in a way, is that we're doing everything in all of those spaces, and I'm trying to do it in a risk-based approach. So the inspector was inspecting our dams here yesterday on Mears Island with staff. We're inspecting the structural integrity of our tanks at Close Creek and DL117 and these other things. Whereas we have robots go in there and do camera vision to see how clean and dirty or any issues inside the tanks and that kind of thing. And in a lot of cases, I'm focusing on what are the acute risks so that I can get through the next 18 months without running amok. And what we want to be, and what, you know, the CAO wants to be, and Director of Finance wants to be, we want to be going to 30 years. So I'm way more reactive than I want to be right now, because I don't have all the intelligence in my grasp about what's the condition, what's the option set, and what's the best way forward. But we're chipping away at it very meaningfully with this whole sort of approach. So the intent was to get a set of recommendations and a new approach defined for the next 30 years this year, and then next year is to reinforce our capital replacement plan really next year. Where I am right now, honestly and truly, is that the first exercise is going to crest over top of the 2021-22 boundary, and then I'm going to try to catch up in 2022, mostly as a result of the fact that we're short and I don't have that horsepower and sophistication to help me move this forward, and I keep trying to bring it to the center of my desk, and I'm just constrained by resources. But we the key burning question for me and for a lot of people in Tofino is, of course, where are we at with respect to the water ceiling in peak? In peak dry season, which is also peak busy period, which is, you know, sort of 12 weeks in the summer, how much reserve capacity do we have? And how does that include reserve firefighting capacity? And then how does that work with our restrictions, and how does that work with our rates? And our rate discussion is ongoing with finance and engineering, and our conversations about assessments of reserve capacity as far as supply water goes from Mears Island is the burning question. So I want to be able to say that we are at, below, or above our ceiling, and I want to be able to say that quantified with the right engineering analysis. And then through that, you know, I grab onto Mr. Rogers and I grab onto all the other stakeholders, like, oh wow, what does this really mean for us moving forward with respect to informing policies and procedures and major items. So I want to be putting the information in council's hands very soon that answers that question of where are we at with capacity in the summertime, and then how does that work with our restriction model, and then what does that look like for the future moving forward as we grow. So lots of policies and bylaws and different outcomes. That'll be the back of this process. The front of it is the engineering assessment. I think I'll stop there anyways.
That's some tremendously important data and modeling across your portfolio. So lots of work. Good job. One more quick question here before I turn. I see Councillor McMaster, you've got your hand up, and that is to do with the $135,000 for cycling and pedestrian upgrades, safety upgrades, and that comes from the gas tax. And just to acknowledge that we are, you know, in conversation of looking at using that trying to use that gas tax for wastewater treatment plant debt servicing. So I just want to make that note, and I'm sure that's in your conversation as well. Over to you, Councillor McMaster.
Yeah, something very minor occurred to me yesterday when I saw someone drive into the culvert on Lynn Road. And so many of the motor vehicle accidents end up with people going in culverts and damaging the culvert. Do we ever attempt to recover some of that cost to repair those culverts, or is it even worth it? Or
Thanks, Councillor McMaster. Through the mayor, whenever we can identify the culprit, in this case, we're having some problems, and I wasn't necessarily sure I was going to do CSI Tofino on tread pattern in the mud there, but we did have a couple leads on where that might have happened and who might have been the responsible for the damage at the corner of Sharp and Lynn Road MUP. I think it's very difficult in practice to recover it unless someone's been sort of caught in the act and is then willing to kind of engage with us on those types of things, whether or if we have to go down a different route with either police or protective services or legal. I can't speak to the history of how many claims we've actually affected based on this type of thing. We had an immediate conversation after that about how do we want to protect that asset better at that corner where we may have future conflicts. A lot of the concrete divider work is intense to protect the cyclist and the pedestrian, but also in some cases to protect the infrastructure. So we have, rural community with a lot of ditches, and there's a couple of spots that always seems to have a car at 2 a.m. right beside a telephone pole. So highways owns that ditch. But in this case, we own them up. So yeah, it's a hard one, and definitely in my sights as far as like the wear and tear on infrastructure with these types of things, and definitely want to take action to reduce the instance of those and the severity of those. And in this case, I think there's a couple of other leads that we'll chase down and make some cold phone calls, but I'm not sure we'll get there on this one.
okay, thank you.
I see no other hands, no other comments. It is 8 after 12, 12:10 actually, moving on. What have you got left, Mr. Work?
Through the mayor, I've got water and sewer left, and then that's me.
Water and sewer. We had a plan to stop at noon, but I'll look to council. Do you want to stop at noon and then carry on with Mr. Work after lunch? Yes. Okay, well, there we go. We'll look to Ms. Best to put on his timer.
Thank you, Mayor Law. Would we like to do a 30-minute lunch break, or my understanding is we do or may have time for a 40 to 45-minute break.
I would like a little longer.
A little longer. What follows, Mr. Work? Is this the what's our timeline for the rest of the day looking like, Miss Atiana?
I will have the financial officer's report, which for at this stage it's not lengthy, maybe about 45 minutes or so. It's difficult to say how long it will take to wrap things up, but we certainly have time for a 40 to 45-minute lunch break.
Excellent. Well, then I think that's good. I think we'll do a 45-minute lunch break and be back here at 5 to 1. Welcome back. Just wait till I can see everybody's faces before I just turn it right over to you, Miss Atiana. So everybody check their microphones. Councillor Thick, are you here?
I am here, but somehow the host has disabled my video, but that's fine for now.
Are you a cat?
And I'm still not a cat.
Is Miss Best here?
Yes, and Mr. McPherson, your video should be working now.
Super. And I see, Mr. Work, your audio is on if you don't know. All right, let's get right to it. Over to you, Miss Atiana. Oh, hi, Bob. I mean, Mr. McPherson.
We can just pass it right back over to Fraser Work, who can continue on with the water and the sewer fund.
Oh, he's doing water and sewer. That's right. I wrote that down. I had you on my mind. Go ahead, Mr. Work.
All right, thanks, Mayor Law. I'll go back to my share screen and we'll step through the remaining two sections of my presentations for today. The next being water, followed by sewer. So, highlight slide for water. Council would be able to see in the detailed financial plan some increases across the operating costs for water, which I mentioned earlier, referred to some increased costs associated with both escalation as well as forced growth. We are also still reviewing some of our projected costs for next year with respect to chemicals and supplies needed for both water and sewer. Based on how well we do with the next quarter of work, we'll continue to refine those numbers with finance to make sure that the January budget reflects the latest and greatest information about what we project for 2022. But again, upward pressures on occupancy numbers and the amount of use requires us to increase our operating costs somewhat across the board. We have increased maintenance and inspections and condition assessment monies allocated in the budget proposal. And we also note that once we do complete the UV system upgrade, that will demand more hydroelectric costs at Bay Street, and which will somewhat be offset by other cost savings in electricity when we continue to renew our systems with new technologies like LED lights, et cetera, et cetera. Excuse me. The operating budget for water is on revenue side is of course dominated by user fees and ratepayer fees, which both include connection fees, which is a small proportion, but the large proportion from the user rates for consumption. As a summary of overall expenses, again, expenses dominated by staff wages, administration costs, treatment operating costs at $187K, and capital projects for water main replacements in different systems there, with a noted omission that I'll talk about later, which is the Bay Street upgrades, which are now pending and are not reflected in that total. And we have reserves in these areas, and water's, of course, under review right now. So the review will continue to inform the next steps of our investments. We've talked already in some detail about this, as it was a portion to the asset management planning that was covered in the previous section, which of course covers across all different areas. So we have talked about the plan for the continuation of the Waster Master Planning process into 2022, which will give us that ideally that 30-year outlook and a 30-year investment plan. I think as far as expectation management goes, we have projects in here that really drive very directly at improving and renewing some of the most important water assets. And that will be both vetted as far as time and priority with the Water Master Plan, and it'll also be added to other projects that we identify through the Water Master Plan, so that we have a very full set of asset management and infrastructure investment strategies and plans moving forward. Some of those are highlighted here, which was always intended to be a series of no regret investments, even while we were developing the asset management plan. And while I use the term no regret, I want to assure council that we continue to use the engineering supports to assess the priority as well as the approach in the following slides that I'll present in both water and sewer. So the first ones here we've got is water main replacement projects, which we should almost always be in a state of design, review, and build when it comes to replacing legacy water mains and water in-ground infrastructure. And those risk assessments are done both on a industry standard and a time-based perspective, as well as a known issues and a known hazards where we might have frequent failures at a certain type of water pipe that's in the ground, like asbestos cement. And we want to make sure that we replace ones at the same age or that were installed at the same time, that kind of thing. In some cases, depending on how they're installed and the quality in the ground and the nature of the ground, some of those will last longer than others. So we also continue to have the conversations about how do we quantify risks in these areas to make sure that we don't have unplanned emergency issues when it comes to water main replacements, similar to what we experienced last year at the Tofino Motel. So we have 2 projects slated for build in 2022, which is 4th and also water main replacements of asbestos cement along Neal Street. And we, the project sheet identifies the Arnett and First Street designs for new water main replacements, which we would hope to align with the wastewater treatment projects in that area so that we weren't digging up the road back to back to back. The council may remember me saying last year and putting this in the budget, which was for an improvement of the telemetry at Mears Island and around the water system to give us more real-time information as to how the water system's performing. Right now, if I was to toggle the camera at the Sharp Street Reservoir, which I look at every single day, I'll note that the camera is down and I have no image earlier this morning. And if it stays down and can't be rebooted from afar, I have to send crews over on the boat to try to do a hard reset on the ground. And if that doesn't work, I have to call in electrical or control system types of support. So the Mears Island remote watershed separated by a body of water provides some challenges. I can't just walk or drive or cycle over to a piece of infrastructure and have a look at it and make sure that it's in good nick. We have to cross the body of water and across the body of water with either information or people. So that provides some challenges. And what this project really is intending to do is to make sure that we have the right equipment, either in some cases backup equipment, so that we always know what's happening at Mears with respect to the health and well-being of the water system, or the performance of the water system, be it flow rates and pipes and that kind of thing, which we can use to monitor consumption and different performance aspects as how the 4 creeks are performing overall, especially in the peak dry season. The mayor would remember walking this site with me recently, which has a bunch of blue PVC pipe running along the forest floors, sitting on 2x4 supports in a pristine kind of old growth forest environment. A wonderful source of water for us. Number One Creek is arguably spring fed, provides a tremendous amount of water even in summer dry season, and needs to be stewarded and improved overall. This allocation of funding for a couple of years away from now is really intending to formalize some of those emergency assets that were built, emergency construction of those during a water shortage crisis of years gone by. So what we want to do is make sure that that's fit for our town, and make sure that we're not carrying risks there that we need to remedy on a yearly basis. The osmosis water system is a reservoir and a treatment plant. This particular slide pertains just to the treatment plant. What we've done here is TBC, or to be confirmed, but earmarked both DCC and C&I levy sourced funds for improvements that we know are coming, but we have to do more analysis to determine exactly when they should come and confirm that, make sure that that's at the right time, and confirm the nature of the upgrades. One question I'm wrestling with right now is can we sidestep or maybe delay the 2023 backup generator introduction at osmosis, which currently does not have backup power? And the reason I feel that might be supportable is because most of our power failures happen during the winter months, where water volumes are very high and demands are down. And I can normally meet the town's water needs through cross-connecting from my Bay Street treatment and pump facility through the interzonal valve at the bottom of Industrial Way. And what all that means is I can marry the two systems in a power failure and run from Bay Street, which is planned to get the generator upgrades as part of the UV upgrades. So I may be able to buy some time on that and save us, upwards of around $350,000, $400,000 for that specific diesel generator introduction. The treatment plant life extension is unavoidable. When it happens, is still under review. That plant is a skid-mounted, prefabricated unit that's been good to us, but we've had it for some time now, and it will need to be either extended, renewed, or replaced, and how and what order all that stuff happens in, and how much it costs is still to be determined. But we've earmarked some money for us, which we thought was prudent planning at this stage, to be confirmed and refined through the water master planning process. Close Creek, which is the creek supply that's the next north from the osmosis, or the Gennard Creek. It has a steel tank, and it's the only steel tank on Mears Island that we put in. Maybe the only one in total, I'm not sure. But the Close Creek has an infiltration gallery, which is a creek bed that supplies water into a tank that we have before it gets pumped into our seabed pipeline and brought across to be treated, and then delivered as a drinking water, potable water in community. That tank is at the end of it's past the end of its life, and I'm assessing its condition now to understand exactly what the levels of investment are required to make sure that we either renew that to extend its life, ideally 10 to 15 years, and hopefully can do that rather than having to replace it based on the condition assessment. So that's an older piece of infrastructure, very critical to our overall system, and some of the hydraulic modeling or the physical modeling will quantify almost, with a higher level of detail about how critical that is, or what options we have in the future. If there was an option in the future to move away from that steel tank and increase our capacity on this side, which is easier to maintain and easier and less costly to build, that may be something that we determine through the analysis that we're currently doing as part of the master plan. Wireless water meter installation is likely one of the more discretionary of all these projects. The reason I'm interested in this project, and we've put it in the timeline for out towards the end of this budget planning period that's before council right now, is that if we had real-time water consumption monitoring capability, we would be a lot farther ahead to identify leaks, especially in the dry peak season, which can be very, very costly in a couple of different areas, whether that was for firefighting reserves or to avoid restrictions, that kind of thing. So a wireless water meter installation saves human resources when it comes to water meter. It makes the water performance monitoring that much more sophisticated, but it comes at a premium to install and to maintain, and compared to what the premium we currently pay to do it more manually as we tour around with our handheld radios to pick up the signals more within a few meters of the water meters that are on property line. The Bay Street water treatment future improvements is what is often can be confusing. So if I can, I'll just tell council a little bit how this phasing has been designed. So once upon a time, Bars Mountain had a new water tank put in there and some new infrastructure, and that was supported by grant funds. very shortly thereafter, we introduced a chlorine system at Bay Street as an improved system to disinfect the water at Bay Street. Those were the first phase of the Bay Street improvements. The second phase, which was out for grant application for 100% possible grant funding, which we were denied, as council knows, was for the introduction of the second disinfection, which is required by legislation, which is the UV treatment array, which is the next slide right here. And these are somewhat out of order, and I apologize, but this slide here talks about what's going to have to happen after we do the UV treatment, and it's a little bit painful to think about what we have to do after when we haven't got funds to do the thing we need to do right now. But we're still compelled by legislation to add a filtration capability, which is that phase 4. And we may be able to extend that a little bit in the timeline, depending on how the Island Health agrees or wants us to discuss our construction plans. And then the contact tank, which is down at Bay Street, which you'd see from the water, is also a 1980s tank and is beyond its economic life. And those, while it was $25,000 in 1984, it's now $1 million. So these are not necessarily 2%. The cost of steel and the cost of some of these things, maybe that is 2%. I'd look to Nyla to help me on my exponential math, but basically what I'm trying to say is that it ain't cheap. So this is the plans for the next phase after we complete the UV, which is here, and it's noted as pending because we don't yet have our recommended way forward, and we still have to do a little bit of planning and thinking before we bring this back to council, which is, excuse me, I'm having some trouble post-lunch here. Whether we pay for this UV treatment, what types of options we have, and how those considerations are integrated with the overall budget process. So I would assume that we need to be back in front of council to conclude this set of recommendations so that we understand exactly how that works with the budget in the next couple of months. But we do not yet have identified funds to pay for what is essentially a design ready to go for the installation of UV treatment at the Bay Street location. We are having very early doors discussions about the future Bay Street and where that will sit, and having kind of some initial dialogue with planning about where do we think that the new Bay Street will go. Will it go up at a new development site like Woodsmere? Will it go somewhere else in town? But those are very preliminary discussions. So the future of Bay Street is really encapsulated in these two slides. And that is my water section, and sewer to go. I'll do my little thing here and stop sharing, and we'll go to questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Work. I'll open it up for council for questions. I see Councillor Steer is reaching for his computer. Go ahead, Councillor Steer.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on Fraser on that last line item and I had notes towards it. The obligation to deliver the UV treatment is not a question we must do. The question is how are we going to fund it? And that's what you'll be bringing forward, I suspect, later on in this budget process. But as we know, it's probably one of the more critical components of our service to our community. And, I would flag this as a very high priority that I know that we are obligated to do. And it is one of those critical responsibility areas in terms of services delivered. So I look forward to expeditedly hearing about what our options are for that. But from my position, the delivery of this service is one of our more critical functions and should be a very high priority moving forward.
Thanks, Councillor Steer. Understood completely. As you suggest, we're compelled to introduce this form of secondary treatment to meet legislative requirements, and it's all about community health and well-being. So, yeah, the priority is clear. I'm not sure if Nyla wanted to jump in about program timing, but Nyla and I haven't yet said which date we'll be back on this one, but I'll have to regroup with the Director of Finance to make sure that we have a good plan to bring this back in front of council that integrates well with the financial planning process overall.
Questions from council? Councillor Thick.
Yeah, so Thank you for all those details. And I just bring forward the same question that we've had before. You know, this stuff is being put upon us to do. We're obligated to do these things, and I'm glad for them. It's just, I'm a bit puzzled by the obligation and the downloading of this from the higher levels of government. Yet, have we got any assurance that there would be some financial support for these sorts of capital projects, which this community is in, very little, has very little ability to handle more than what's already on its plate.
Thanks, Councillor Thick. The only comment I could offer in that regard is that, of course, we took the effort to submit a very thorough application for the Small Communities Infrastructure Grant, which included a sort of a bullseye in water quality, which was one of their main intake sort of categories. And unfortunately, we didn't make the cut, and the province, as they kind of report a little bit on the federal sort of results, they reported that although we demonstrated a strong need and a strong rationale, there was other needs that were higher priority than our own. So that's just for council's consumption and the public's knowledge and awareness. We will definitely be looking at other opportunities. Obviously there's a sort of sense that we may not be successful if we tried again, and the clock keeps on ticking. So we will do a scan at any to determine if there's any attractive opportunities for grant funding. Notably, that always require efforts to get the applications in. We're talking maybe 100 hours or so, depending on the application, and then hope for the best outcome for the community. So these are the types of things that I'll be talking to intimately with the financial team to make sure that we have the right set of information and insights and analysis before we bring anything back to council, and then make sure we do that at the right time.
Just want to make a note too, is that the Minister of Municipal Affairs right now, they're doing a local government finance review, because our experience of just this issue is also across the province, across the country really. And so we're one of many who are reeling under the increased demands with no increase in finances. So we're in the crowd. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Work before he moves on? Okay, Mr. Work, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Mayor Law. I'll jump back into the sewer, which is my final presentation for today. It's like a good book that you just can't wait to get back into after a break. So sewer, very similar kind of narratives as far as and themes going on, where we have some increased forest growth escalation issues. We've got some outstanding repairs and maintenance requirements, and a continued reliance in all of these areas for contracted supports. A hydrovac truck, which is the large pumper truck with big hoses attached to it and a big tank on the back, is probably one of the most critical assets for fleet that you could have to support a storm sewer and a storm water and a sewer system, and we don't have one. So we're beholden to capabilities that maybe are partially intact in communities to the south, or we have to bring in from Port Alberni. And that's just one example of areas where we need help. We have electrical, hydraulic, mechanical, and different contractors that come in to support our sewer lift stations and our sewer infrastructure that we must have as part of our annual program. And these services cost money, and each year they like everything else, get a little bit more expensive, and we compete for resources like everybody else. And it's just good to say that out loud in a once a year format, that and in some cases we have to review and maybe increase the frequency of some of these checks and some of these maintenance routines, and we have to make sure that we're on top of them so that we reduce the risk of failure. Council would be aware likely of a recent failure we had following a power outage at a lift station along Lynn Road, which resulted in private property damages and sewage backup. So stewarding these systems is very important for the health and well-being of community, as well as the protection of both private and public property. And so we want to make sure, in this case, there may have been absolutely nothing that we could have done to prevent such an occurrence from happening, but I do raise the issue all the same, because we do know that there are certain things that we can do and that we are doing that reduce the instances, the risks, and the severity of any failure if and when they would occur. So we'll continue to propose these types of activities, and they have budgetary considerations and real impacts. We are looking at doing some of that asset management work, which is the second bullet on the slide here, and we are looking at replacing equipment and renewing some of our backup generators and different things to make sure that we have the performance out of our equipment that we need going forward. I'll step through project sheets that pertain to these in more detail. Operating budget, a similar story with a few additional important line items here. So connection fees and sewer charges make up the bulk of our revenues in this area. And then finance is leading on the organization and the financial gearing and mechanics of how to make sure that we can manage our borrowing and some of our debt as it pertains to, of course, the wastewater treatment project and any other large capital program. And that includes the management of our reserves in this case. As far as expenses go in the sewer realm, again, dominated by staff resource requirements, operational costs for the different major system areas, debt servicing, projects and upgrades, and then transfers of surplus to reserve where appropriate, if possible. We have we're moving forward with a scheme to modernize some of our backup power generators for lift station, which are in essence there to reduce the impacts of a spill in the event of a power failure, so that we can keep moving sewage that will come regardless of electrical status. We are working with the industry right now to avoid what in some cases is over a year of supply chain and logistics delays once orders are made, and then balance that against risks of losing commonality equipment. Obviously, we would love to have the same manufactured type of generators that performed to the top of the industry standards. And in some cases, we're being challenged by some COVID and some other supply chain issues, but we'll seek to get on top of that as best we can in the coming months. As I mentioned, in the asset management portfolio, we will be looking to identify and reduce all of the rainwater that's making its way into the sewer system. And that's either through an illegal connection of a storm into the sewer, or it's through infiltration that might happen from roots infiltrating into the pipes and allowing rainwater in, or other openings in the system that allow rainwater to enter. Based on our current knowledge and awareness, we have a significant amount of our flows that in the wintertime that are introduced by rain. And as we add treatment and cost of treatment on this, we want to make sure that we're not treating rainwater before it goes in the ocean. And every community has these problems. We are not unique outside of maybe just the sheer volumes of rain that we experience here, which we would share with only a couple of interesting West Coast or tropical sister and brother communities. So we aren't unique in I&I or inflow and infiltration issues. We are just unique in maybe the volume. The next couple of projects here have always been sort of nested as a group of 3 projects. And I'm going to gloss over them a little bit because council has seen me talk about them at quarterly reports, as well as in the financial planning process from last year. The twinning of the force main and the introduction of more capacity for the sewer main from south of Tofino to the resorts or towards Cox Bay is a result and a need to fulfill with the expansion of the First Nation communities near Long Beach. When that happens and at what magnitude is still undefined. These projects were earmarked by my predecessor, and I've pushed them out a year or two, and the RFP for the design of these starts with a reassessment of these and how long it will take to construct and how much time we need to give ourselves. So once we know that the development expansion occurs, this is how much time we have or don't have to get this in place. These three are large projects, which are going to total $3 to $4 million. No one wants to build or introduce capacity that's not yet required. That being said, we do not want to get caught flat-footed here. So we've had discussions with First Nations on these projects. We will continue to liaise closely with planning staff on these issues. And essentially, we just have to make sure that the infrastructure is ready at the right time. I'm not convinced that the right time is to build these in the next 2 years, but I am convinced that we need to look at it again and understand our options, how to reduce costs, how to reduce risks, especially financial risks and time risks. So though these projects are all related to the same thing, which is both the pumping upgrades that are required to service increased development in Esso East and Tla-o-qui-aht, and the fluid moving capacity of pipes. And that's it. So those are a little bit to be confirmed through the next set of engineering analysis, which is happening in 2021. And then we will be back in front of council to talk a little bit more about when we think that we really must do this and how that pertains to our overall budgeting. But right now we've sort of prudently and conservatively put it in the timelines here. The last slide was talked about last week at a council meeting, or this week, 2 days ago. The wastewater treatment plant is now ready to begin detailed design with the new technology of integrated fixed field activated sludge. This budget number is, of course, in flux based on detailed design. A new number will come forward, and we will integrate with our funding partners to make sure that we can move forward in a way that everybody can support. That's the intent, and I'll be back in front of council soon with the CAO to talk more about this in the nearest term, about the costs of doing the redesign exercise, which is currently being negotiated between us and the engineers, and we will report back to council with more information on this particular project in the next couple of weeks. That is the end of my slide deck, and I will now stop sharing and go to the question period. Thank you very much for the last segment.
Okay, councillors, questions. I see Councillor Steer.
Thank you, Fraser. Just a quick one. It's regarding the last set of slides, and particularly on the Maltby lift station. In our conversation, the council meetings with Tla-o-qui-aht, this was brought up as an issue again. And so I'm just, and I know that there were contributions made towards that project. I'm curious about if you've been in discussions directly, and if there is a time frame. I know you've explained about capacity and building before it's needed, but this was another issue that was brought up at that council meeting, and I'm just wondering if you have some insight onto that.
Thanks, Councillor Steer. Through the mayor, the operational discussions we've had with the TFN public works staff has often been around maintenance regimes, flushing regimes, capacity regimes, and any downtime that Maltby, if Maltby goes down in a power failure because it has no backup generator, then of course they're particularly at risk of an overflow condition somewhere along the system, as we are here at our end too. Lots of questions about H2S gas and mitigation and making sure that we find ways to reduce the inflow and infiltration. COVID has prevented a lot of on-site discussions and touring of systems, or at least it's very much challenged the ability for us to get together and in person and roll up our sleeves on some of these issues. But the outstanding requirement to continue liaison with the TFN on this issue as they operate their side of the system, and as you mentioned, they've contributed to the upgrades that are required here to support the expansion of their neighborhoods, all of which has to continue to move forward and is governed by the different legal agreements we have in place. So I see Bob's hands up, so maybe I'll stop there and just say that, yeah, we've got to keep talking and on an operational sort of tactical level when it comes to different issues management, and then we got to keep talking when it comes to when's the right time for us to make these moves. And it's potentially not binary. We may need to make an interim repair to deal with the most acute risks and issues now that are not necessarily about twinning or these big capacity upgrades, but there's about just making sure that we can buy a few more years of trouble-free operation, that kind of thing. So on that note, I'll stop talking so the CAO can jump in.
Thanks. Just to add to that, I did have a conversation with senior staff from Tla-o-qui-aht Nation, as well as their infrastructure person who comes over from Nuu-chah-nulth Tribal Council. And this was, we covered many topics, but the upgrade of Maltby was one of them. We provided the assurance that the money is still, that they paid us, I think, a dozen years ago now, is still in a reserve and waiting for that work. And as Fraser has said, we did communicate that it's a future plan, not a long time horizon, but near to mid-time horizon.
Thank you. More questions from council? No, I think we've certainly been following the water and sewer project, so well done. Lots to do. Moving on. Thank you, Mr. Work.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Law, and thanks to all the directors and managers for presenting their budgets today. As council can see, we do have quite a bit of work to do with balancing the budget and confirming funding sources for the project. So the next stage will be the managers getting together and talking through some of those challenges and then coming back to council with some proposed changes. So I'm going to go into my report, which, as I mentioned, is quite brief at this stage. I don't have any information on property taxation, which typically makes up the bulk of my report when I present on the budget. So I will be doing a comprehensive report on property taxation over the next 5 years at the next budget meeting when we have our first assessment roll. So I'll take this opportunity just to update council on some of the financial policies we work on and some legislative updates since the last financial planning process. Bill 10 was introduced at the province in 2021, which followed along the lines of the ministerial order that was in place early on in the pandemic, which gave us the ability to do a number of things, but there were several financial measures referenced in that ministerial order, such as allowing us to adopt financial bylaws essentially in the same meeting as third, so able to adopt in one meeting. It also gave us the ability to borrow from reserve funds internally and extended out the repayment term for revenue anticipation borrowing. So some of these proposed changes that have been made now in legislation after the expiry of that ministerial order are meant to help support communities through the continuing pandemic and provide greater flexibility to respond to future extraordinary circumstances as we continue to find ourselves in the pandemic. So the two financial measures that will remain in place, and there are many other areas that were addressed in this bill, but I'm just going to go over the financial measures today. One of them is the reserve fund borrowing from for operating purposes. We were allowed to borrow from capital reserves in 2020. And if that did occur, there is a 5-minute repayment term. This was one thing we were looking at in 2020 if we ran into cash flow concerns or revenue restrictions. Fortunately, we didn't find ourselves in that position and we were not having to borrow internally from our reserve funds. Revenue anticipation borrowing, if council recalls, we did put a revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw in place. And typically we would put a revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw in place in anticipation of collecting current year's taxation to ensure we can get through a period of time where cash flow may be more restricted before those revenues start coming in. As tax revenue comes in, that anticipation borrowing is meant to be repaid. What this bill did is updated legislation that for revenue anticipation borrowing bylaws that were in place in 2020, the repayment term was extended to December of 2021, so of this year. So it allowed for a longer repayment term. If council does recall, we did not need to access any of this borrowing, so we do not have anything outstanding in that regard. Council won't be surprised to see the debt policy continuing to be worked on by staff, which will introduce financial principles and financial management strategies. It's been a couple of years now since we first introduced the debt policy and what that would address. Other competing priorities have come in front of that, so it has prevented us from bringing that forward to Council, but we continue to work on that. The other two policies are something I'll go into in a bit more detail on the next couple slides. But one of them, the asset retirement obligation policy, is going to come forward to Council in the near future as a result of a major accounting standard change. The last policy, reserve fund and surplus policy, is a policy we continue to work on as well, and it's also familiar to Council, which will set target levels for reserve funds, and it'll help us with general policy language for surplus allocation. This policy is particularly important this year as we start to have discussions regarding the pay parking service area where we are projecting some significant surplus. So I'll go into those two in a bit more detail now. So asset retirement obligations is an accounting standard that will basically require us to report any legal obligation associated with the retirement of any of our tangible capital assets. So this will be applicable to fiscal years beginning after April 1st. So for us, that would be our 2023 fiscal year. So asset retirement activities may include the cost to decommission or dismantle current tangible capital assets, the remediation of any contamination associated with our assets, any post-retirement activities such as monitoring, and the constructing of other tangible capital assets to perform post-retirement activities. So those are just some examples of activities that may occur when we have to consider retiring our assets. So there's several stages we need to step through to ensure that we implement this standard to the level and degree that it needs to be implemented. We will be getting some external support for implementing this standard, and we will be working extensively with our auditors over the next couple of years. So the first stage, which we're in right now, which is stakeholder development, is informing all the stakeholders, which does include mayor and council. And today is a start to that discussion, informing all the stakeholders about what this standard means and how it will impact us from an operational and a financial perspective. We have established the working group and the team at a staffing level that will help determine the policy we need to develop and the assets that we need to identify in our inventory to determine whether an asset retirement obligation or a liability exists. So currently we are working on a policy, and I expect to come back to council in the near future to speak more about this standard and discuss the policy concerns related to implementing the standard. We will go through an exercise of identifying all the sites in the inventory that may have a liability. This will be an onerous task, but it won't be as onerous as being in a very large municipality where there likely is a great deal of contaminants or older buildings that need to be considered. For example, we have far fewer assets, and I think that it will be a manageable task for us, but likely we will be getting some external support to help us with our inventory and identifying those liabilities. And then the next stage, which is measuring the liability associated with those assets once they are identified. So as I mentioned before, we will be required to report out on this on our 2023 financial statements. So we have a bit of time to work through these different stages of the project. And in those 2023 financial statements, we will be required to have 2022 comparables or comparatives. So the second policy, the reserve fund and surplus policy, is something that I just want to talk through in relation to how we need to address the large surplus that we are projecting in the financial plan in the pay parking service area. So we expect to, as council has seen when the director presented on the pay parking program, we expect to begin we may see a result in a surplus beginning in 2021, but that is still something we're trying to determine at this point. Expecting to see larger surpluses once the program is more established. So surpluses typically in the general fund and all the other service areas become part of the general surplus, and then it would come back to council, and council makes a decision on allocation. The district typically does not have material surpluses like the ones we're seeing in the pay parking service area. Typically, our general fund surpluses range between 300,000 and 400,000, and then it is a simpler conversation to have in a transparent way at a budget meeting on how we will choose to allocate these services or surpluses. Sorry. So previously, those smaller surpluses have been allocated to various capital projects, or they've gone into capital reserves, or they have been used for some operating items in the past, and that has all been brought back to council through council resolution. A reserve fund policy will assist with allocating surpluses in a transparent and appropriate way. We can set minimum reserve levels. We can allocate all surpluses in a specific service area to reserves, or we can allocate a portion or a percentage to a certain up to a certain value in the reserves, or we can allocate it in the current year to certain service areas for operational or capital needs. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about process. When we have a large surplus projected like this, I think it's very important to ensure that we are allocating going forward in a transparent way. So I'm not today suggesting any language for the reserve fund policy, but at a later date, I will be bringing forward that language for reserve fund policies. And if we were to establish a reserve fund for the pay parking surpluses, that would form part of the language in that policy, but it would also relate to all other reserve funds that we currently have in place. So just to give council an idea, and I know that everyone saw the project sheet, we are projecting just over $6 million in transfers to reserves or surpluses in this service area. So that is significantly more than what we have seen in the general fund in the past. So I will likely recommend establishing a reserve fund for these surpluses, and reserve fund establishment bylaws prescribe the authorized use of those funds. And that's the next discussion that we do need to have with council, and what will those authorized use of funds be? It doesn't have to be that specific. It can speak to percentages. It can speak to generally the authorized use of funds, such as our amenity reserve fund bylaw indicates a few authorized use of funds, but it does not say up to a certain value or anything like that. So there is flexibility within those authorized uses that will be indicated in a reserve fund establishment bylaw. The bylaw also prescribes the funds that may contribute to the reserve fund. So if a reserve fund was established for these surpluses, there could be other revenue streams that could be transferred into this reserve fund, such as other user fees and charges that are generated from other services, not just the pay parking fund. So establishment of reserve fund bylaws for surpluses resulting in the pay parking service area is appropriate to ensure transparency of spending allocations without being too prescriptive on what exact dollar amount needs to go to the prescribed use. So the authorized use of funds will be determined through discussions with council at the next special budget meeting, or perhaps earlier than that if it feels appropriate to council to have it earlier. And once determined, a reserve fund bylaw can be introduced to council. So when surpluses typically are generated in service areas, and we have had them in other scenarios in the past, for example, in the building inspection service area, we saw surpluses in one year. We identified a specific expenditure for the following year, which we set aside in reserve funds and brought out to spend in the following year. One was the purchase of the vehicle, which was used for the service, and another surplus transfer from that specific service area was used to establish a step code rebate reserve fund. And as those rebates were applied for in the following years, we can draw from that reserve to pay for those rebates. So those are some examples of how we have used surpluses in the past. The reason why I would recommend establishing a reserve fund for this service area in particular is because of the materiality of the surpluses that are being projected here. So when we are considering surpluses in one service area and what to do with those surpluses, we need to ask ourselves some questions, and the typical questions are the service costs being met from an operational and capital perspective? And that is certainly something that we will we look at a staffing level when developing the service area budgets, and we'll continue to do that between now and the next iteration of the budget. And are there expenses that are required to support the service? For example, parking lot or parking area improvements, or there are certain amenities that are attached to providing this service that we need to ensure that those expenses are being met. Another such question could be, are there expenses paid for out of taxation that are more suitable under this service area? And that may be a yes or no answer, but certainly a question we would want to consider. Are there objectives for, what are the objectives for establishing the service? What were the objectives for starting or for offering the pay parking or starting the pay parking program? We need to make sure that those objectives are being met. And then if there are budgetary concerns with respect to meeting those objectives, that we ensure that those objectives are funded. And then most importantly, we need to consider council's strategic priorities. With a significant number of amount of surplus expected over the next 5 years, there will be lots of room for considering and having a look at strategic priorities of council and considering the best use and allocations for those surpluses. So most importantly, I just wanted to indicate that I strongly support establishing a reserve fund for the surpluses that are projected in this area, given their materiality, so that we can ensure that there's a high level of transparency to the community on what the proposed use of funds will be as we move forward and continue to have this program in place. Okay, so I just want to go over the outstanding information that is required for the next stages of the financial planning process. We have a few, usually at this stage, we're still working through the actual expenses and revenues for the current year. So it's difficult for us to determine exactly what the financial plan will look like in its balanced state. So this is one such item that we're having a look at it that had occurred in the 2021 year, and it's something that we highlighted in the Q2 financial report. We had more reductions to development cost charges for affordable housing and staff housing in 2021 than we originally budgeted for. So the reductions related to the development at DL 114 were budgeted in 2022 and 2023, but they partially occurred in 2021. So the 2021 reduction was $132,331. And because that amount was not budgeted for, we need to determine how that contribution, our 50% contribution, the districts to the development cost charge reserve funds will be funded by, or how that will be funded. So currently we are looking at general surplus from previous years. We are working on we'll have our calculation for 2022 surplus to council at the Q3 financial report. We are looking at possibly taxing in 2022 to recover those funds. From a cash flow perspective, we can take it out of 2021, but we may need to recover it in 2022 through taxation, or there is a possibility to take it from a portion of or some of it from the balance of 2021 contingency. So currently, I'm just having a look at a combination of these funding sources, or perhaps one of these funding sources, and I'll have more information on this when I come back to council in January. We are awaiting the first non-market change report, which we typically get the middle of November from BC Assessment. And when I receive that, I will come back to council to let them know what the, to let you know what the 2022 assessment roll may be looking like with respect to non-market changes. We also receive an updated non-market change report in January and March of each year. So just to remind council, that's a report we receive at these times that relate to, that show us what the changes outside of the market value changes that we see on the assessment roll, such as new construction, changes in zoning, or subdivision, just to name a few examples. The completed assessment roll will get in January, and then the revised assessment roll will follow up in March. And that's when we would work on finalizing our tax rates. We are also awaiting on requisition amounts and tax rates from all the other agencies. To date, we haven't received any, and that's typical. And we don't start receiving those until the new year. And then that goes into towards the end of March before we receive the last ones. We will also be bringing back a funding plan for the wastewater treatment plant, which will be more comprehensive than what council has seen in previous years. We'll do a 5-year plan and a longer term over the 30-year repayment plan and what that would look like in terms of funding sources for that project. So the next steps in the financial planning process will be to continue with the public engagement that we already have started. We took note of council's recommendation to have a town hall, a virtual town hall. So that is already in the works. And then we will work towards balancing the budget between November and January. The next budget meeting will be scheduled towards the end of January, and the date for that is to be determined. We hope to have more presentations to stakeholder groups. In 2019, we presented to the Chamber and the Resort Association, and we hope to continue that practice beginning with, or for the 2022 financial plan. We will have our final budget meeting likely towards the end of February or beginning of March, where we will seek authorization from council to prepare our bylaws, our financial plan bylaw and the tax rates bylaw. Last year, we did adopt early March for the financial plan bylaw, and we expect to meet that timeline again this year. And then we will follow up later once we receive the revised roll with the tax rates bylaw, both of which will be adopted before May 15th and submitted before the ministry deadline. So that concludes my report. And maybe what I'll do is just ask all the managers to come back on, and you may have questions for all of us or just me, but we're happy to address anything. That does conclude the financial plan presentation for today.
And I can open this up for questions, comments from council. And just to be clear, you're not looking for specific direction on any one topic, just questions and comments from council at this time. I have a question for you, Ms. Etienne. Is it this is a specific reserve fund that is specifically to pay parking? Is that what you're saying? One specific reserve fund for pay parking revenue or surplus revenue?
The surplus is relating to the service area. Yes, it would be. It doesn't mean that 100% of the surpluses have to go into that reserve fund, but any that would not be allocated by council throughout the financial planning process could go at the end of the year into that reserve fund and then drawn out for specified purposes, similar to how we have the roads infrastructure reserve and all the other capital levy reserve funds.
Perfect. Just for my notes. Open it up for council. Councillor Steer.
I guess you're shocked. This is related to Ms. Etienne's presentation. It was just a complete support for that reserve fund and surplus policy. I do remember before coming on council, attending a council meeting where you had done a great presentation about surplus and the allocation and made some very stringent recommendations, which of course council threw completely out and then debated on what uses they wanted to have for that. So I appreciate having a transparent and a policy that will help guide us when we make those decisions. My question was and it's just an information question for me, was on the asset retirement obligations. I'm just curious, as this is new, what are some of the categories? Like, I'm thinking, is this all assets, like, or I'm thinking of things such as like the stump dump, for example, where we incur those costs and that you would have to have a plan for. So I got a little nervous when because it seems like a completely onerous task to be able to go through something of this magnitude, unless it's specific, or is it like every little lawnmower or whatever it might be. But I'm just curious as to what is in that those obligations that you have to look at.
Thank you, Councillor Steer. Through the chair, it will be an onerous task. It will be similar to adopting the standard for tangible capital assets that was done back in 2009. So it will be using that inventory of tangible capital assets and having a look at every single one of those assets, the pipes in the ground, the buildings. Some of them will be more intuitive than others in terms of determining whether there is whether contaminants exist, such as asbestos in buildings, depending on their age. So there's a series of activities you would go through to determine whether contaminants would exist. So yes, it will be an onerous task. We will start with our TCA inventory as a starting point and may have to capture some other assets that won't be reflected in there.
Great. And what, Ms. Etienne, what was the genesis of that legislation for requiring that?
So this will be an accounting standard update. So as a public sector organization, we follow public sector accounting board standards. It goes through a fairly rigorous process to determine whether a standard changes or is introduced. So we don't have a choice once it becomes a new accounting standard. We just have to ensure that we are putting the measures in place that are required of that standard. So it's a fairly lengthy process, and that process I could probably better explain via email and send more information out to council on how we walk through that.
Oh, good. Councillor Anderson, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo Councillor Steer, my support for having a reserve fund established and some sort of guiding principles overall about how the parking revenue might be used. I think it's really important to ongoing support for pay parking and to the users and to our community to know to have some guiding principles behind how that money will be used. So I just wanted to comment on that I support establishing a reserve fund for that. So it's not just a pot of money that gets argued over year after year and spent one way and then another. So that's my comment. That's all.
It's great. It's great that this is a new problem that we have to deal with. It's such a good problem to have. Projected to have. Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Thick.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that goes without saying is, I thought at this point in time we'd be further along, as did many others, I'm sure, in the sewage treatment question. So the only concern I really have, the big unknown seems to be, are we going to be able to work with this new proposed plan? And if so, what is the what is the concern for council in terms of if we end up in another situation where we're over the budget. So, where would that money come from? I'm not trying to bring a big dark cloud over all of this, but I'm trying to be realistic and understand what would happen if we find ourselves in a situation where we don't have the contingency that we need for the structure that we've chosen to build.
So I will thank you for the question, Councillor Thick, and I'm not sure if I would be the best person to answer that at this point, or if we have enough information to even go down that road with respect to this project specifically. We have in the past, if I could speak generally about other capital projects where we have exceeded contingency, they have been immaterial in nature, so it's been a more manageable problem. What I can say is this budget is being looked at very carefully and is being developed carefully with quite a large project team. I am one of those team members, and it is something that is not being ignored, and it's certainly part of the discussion. I'm not sure if the CAO or if Director of Infrastructure and Public Works would like to add to that further, but I can confidently say that that aspect of the budget development is not being ignored.
Yeah, thanks for passing it on, Nyla, and thanks for the question, Councillor Thick. It is one of those things that is getting a lot of attention from us, given our experience last year with getting pricing on the wastewater treatment plant, and it's why we've taken the approach that we've taken of bringing the contractor in early, so that they are getting, almost in real time pricing as we're making decisions. They're going to their vendors, going to their labor sources, and getting pricing on things so that we're getting everything. I know that Mayor Law and I had a call with the Minister of Municipal Affairs brought together for Vancouver Island municipalities yesterday, and there was a roundtable. And certainly we're not alone in experiencing these kinds of challenges, and the ministry is aware of them, and we continue to stay very close to the staff that we talk to at the ministry about the financial realities of delivering this project. I just also want to reiterate for council that we have stated time and again that the $60 million that is contained in a borrowing bylaw that we have said we would borrow is our absolute maximum, that we just can't go any further. I want to give a note of appreciation to staff at Municipal Affairs who really seem to understand that, are going to bat for us in that regard. So that's where things are. I can't predict the future, and there could be price surges in any materials or transportation costs, but we're staying very much on top of that. And where the money would come from, I think I've outlined that we're staying close to our funders to talk about those kinds of possibilities, and we will build a very good contingency into this plan, an appropriate contingency into our financial plan for the wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, thank you. I just I couldn't finish these discussions without asking the obvious question, and I realize that we all share the same concern as you do. So I just wanted to put that out there on the table and say, in a flash of minutes, we could lose, or we could all the hard work that's been done to establish this fund could be gone. So I would just love, I think this is a very good idea, as you suggested, Ms. Atiana, about the reserve fund borrowing, the reserve fund that you spoke about with, actual parameters on what is being spent and how it's being spent. And I think that safeguards us as a community and as a council too. So thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for answering the questions, CAO.
Councillor Anderson, you have your hand up still? Do you have a question? No. Okay, and I did make a note, we've got a lot of unknowns, as Councillor Thick has pointed out, and there are also some other possible unknowns and changes, and we all can be assured that there is some flexibility within the budget planning process to make changes up to a certain point. So, and I do want to say that I'm very much in support of a specific reserve fund as well as a reserve fund policy. I do have some other questions about, but you know what, I'm just going to email you some little points that I've noted along the way. With that, is there any more questions from council or comments? No? All right then. I believe we've just let me reduce my screen here. Okay, well, we've come to question period. Ms. Best, do we have anybody signed up for question period?
Thank you, Mayor Law. Surprisingly, we do not have any signed up for that, but I will call once, I'll call twice, and I'll call thrice. We do have 2 members of the public in the meeting right now, so I do want to give them an opportunity, but there have been no questions submitted.
Excellent. Okay, without further ado, then I will move adjournment. And if there is no opposition, seeing no opposition, special council is adjourned. Thank you very much for all attendees and presenters. Excellent work.
Thank you, everybody.